Hey guys, in today's video we are going to put to practice the template we just did on the last video, and we are going to do a project from scratch. Not the modeling though, that part was done in Blender, but don't worry, I put all the files and textures that you need on the folder that you can download from Gumroad for free. And I'm going to do this on the Moore House, that is a project that I did with Studio 3 and 3. Because I lost the file, it's a long story, and I wanted to do this again, and what better opportunity than doing it from scratch with you. So on my Epic Games launcher, I'm going to launch the engine just to open my template, the template we did on the last video. Okay, now select the architecture one, and we call this basic at the time, and I'm going to just put MH for Moore House, or I can use this. I'm going to save on my projects, and I'm going to open that. So now that I'm here, I can delete this level because I don't need it. And this is going to be my main level. We can even do a duplicate just to call it backup, just in case, and save all of that. Now on meshes, I want to create a folder called import. I can set the color to the one for static meshes, and I'm going to import all the files. So here, this is the zip file, so you can just extract here. As you can see, there is some FBX files and some textures file. So let's import that. So import, and I'm going to bring all of my, I can do landscape first, I think. I don't want to generate any missing collisions. Advanced, and I don't want to generate any light map for this. We can set the 9 afterwards, so don't worry about that. Everything stays the same. So everything is imported for the landscape, and I can go out and create a new folder called landscape. And I'm just going to select all the meshes without the materials. Now let's do all of the same time, so you see what happens. So this might take a while, so I'm just going to speed up the video. So well, that took a while, and the thing is, I did it that way because I don't want to duplicate materials on the other folders. So I always call them like metal or white or stone or wood, or something that I'm gonna use over and over again. So if you can see here, I named them like SM for static mesh, and then I just did like a tag or a category that I assign it to. So accessories, furniture, landscape, lighting, severals, and structure. So let's create folders for all of those. So I'm gonna need one for structure, new folder, accessories, furniture, and severals. I can select all of them and assign them the color, just so we keep track of it. So go back into import, and I'm going to search for all accessories. Tag them, move them, just drag and drop move here. Now let's go for severals. Select all of them. Move to severals here. Got structure. Select all the structure ones. Move to structure. And I think furniture is the last one, so let's furniture and move it there. So now we can start working on this. Let's delete this because we don't need this plane, and let's keep just these 4 elements here. This is our sun sky, and our reference, and our color reference as well. So let's pick first the landscape, select all of them, and then just drag them in. With all selected, type 0, 0, 0, and we can move this into a new folder called landscape. That is one. Now we can do the structure, which is the main house. Select all of them and then drag and drop. Same thing again, because they are on the 0, 0 location. And some of them are just these doors here, just for opening and closing. Just doing with blueprints. Now we can select the severals as well. So this is like kitchens, wardrobes, things that don't move. So go back 0, 0, 0. Okay, with that done, I think we can start working on materials for the landscape and the structure. So let's go into materials. Remember, we got some materials here that we've done. So we got fabrics, glass, water. Let's use the glass one. So something I forgot to do, of course, you probably caught that, is I didn't create a folder for this. So it's good to always go back and pick your categories and your meshes by categories and then assign a folder for that. So severals, landscape already got one, and then we just got structure to do. So select all of them, structure. And you can even select all of them, create a new folder and call it static meshes. And for this is going to be, we can select all of them and then call that for developing. Right, now we can select, let's see what we do here. Let's do the glasses first. And if I go here, this is the important thing about naming your assets properly, or at least what makes more sense to you. And I did this with the glass. So I know all of this are going to have glass and metal as well. So with that, I've got two sort of plane with materials in it. So I go here and I go to here. Something happened? No. Because it only changed this one here. So let's do it here. Display more materials, and let's do this glass one. So there you go. You got some nice glass there. You can check the reflections. If you don't see this reflection here, you can go into your post-process volume and check if high quality translucency and reflections are on. So this is with off, this is on. Okay, what about if we bring some color to this, all the wood? So let's search for wood. As you can see, there are some on the landscape and the structure. So there is no wood here, and we need to bring some textures. So let's create a new folder called woods. Set color to red and import the textures. So I've got here the woods. So import it as a virtual texture. And let's see if that's gonna work. I don't think it's going to work, so bear with me. I'm going to duplicate one of these, call it my wood, probably oak, and then move this out here. Create a new folder outside, call it wood, just so you put your materials there. And when you open it, you can use this one, use material texture, and go back into your folder called wood. Aha, I can use this as a virtual texture. So I think I will need to take this out. Okay, let's delete this. And then open it. And that's it. So you go to project settings. Don't know if you saw what I did. You just look for virtual textures and then untick this one, enable virtual texture on texture import. So it doesn't automatically create these textures to virtual texture. You can still leave this one by support, but the way the materials are built is not with virtual textures. So we got our woods all selected. And we can set this one. Sorry, I just go back here, look for it, and then it's not to static mesh, but here. So you can see some of them has stone and black is going to be like a metal. So I'm gonna just drop them where it says wood and drag there. So as you can see, all of them, all with woods are, has already changed, but some of them are not. So this one is called buttons. I can select the buttons, and then this one has any wood. It does have a wood. So I'm going to use the same wood for throughout all the project, but you can always mix woods and see how it looks. But for this particular project, I can use the same wood throughout the entire project. Right, now everything is with my black. Now I can search for my textures here. Textures, wood. Pick that one. Right. So let's see the tiling. It seems it's not facing in the direction we want. So I'm going to rotate this texture 90 degrees. Yeah, much better. Way better. But also I'm going to change the tiling. I'm not 100% satisfied with that. So maybe this tiling half will work. Also, you can try the use waterline texture. And we can increase the size of the texture. And we can do a rotation here for axis, but as you can see, this is going to alter this width here. So you get an option of, even if this wasn't, the UVs wasn't done properly, you can have the option of just duplicating the same wood and then just rotate on the axis you need. But I'm not gonna use this because I've done a reasonable good work on the UVs, so that is going to be all right. I don't like that type of color for the wood, so I'm going to just try to bring more orange to it. Maybe like that. A little bit. Maybe it's too dark. I can increase the saturation a tiny bit. Let's see the contrast. Yeah, it's starting to look much better. Should we bring a little bit of that? Maybe 0.5. Maybe 1.2 to play 1.15, 1.1. I think it's a good coloring inside out. And we got our references here. So we don't need the one for like the human outside, but we will need to create some of these for different rooms. Just to make sure that everything is lit properly when we do it. Okay, that's cool. So we got 4 of glass. It looks alright from the inside, so don't need to do 2 materials for that, but I can show you like later how you can change the glass for that. But just for now, let's save all. Always try to save all your projects. So with our main structure done, I think we can choose the severals and see which one has wood in it, because I'm gonna use the same wood for them as well. So this one has wood on it, and I can go here. Actually, I'm gonna give that color, then wood there, and another wood for that. So that is done. That is done. But actually, I think I'm gonna change the wood for that. So you can duplicate wood interior. So it's not the same type of, what's it called, with the same roughness, and it's just, you will see in a bit. And for this one, I can select duplicate, wood oak. Let's do some flooring. Floor, and this for the interior. So for my exterior, I'm gonna use a roughness map. I'm gonna use a normal texture as well, and select that. So let's search for this, where the texture is, and select my normal. You can see here, the knife, there's some normal there, and the PBR mask. So I think it looks all right for the outside. Let's bring, this is specular. It's roughness bias. So if we go down, it's going to be more like a polished one, and all the way up is like not roughness at all. No. Let's do 145. And maybe I'm going to turn down the saturation on this. So just to make a little bit of distinction to my wood inside and outside. Because it's not gonna look the same like the ones on the inside as what is the structure is going to be. Right, that done. Got all this wood to do. We can look for it here. Or for these walls here. We didn't change that, so need to change it. The interior. This is interior. This is gonna be interior. This one is interior as well. This one stays as it is. This panel's interior. Or you can simply just make sure that it's all within that interior material. that one is interior. All these panels are interior, interior. That is interior. This one is not. This one is, it is, and this one, they are all. So I can now select my, or do the normal, and one trick you can do just to copy paste thing is hold shift and then right click. Then go here and use normal texture. And then shift again and then right click. And I think, let's see how it looks with the roughness, but I think I'm gonna skip that one. So for this one, I'm going to make it more like, yeah, I don't think I like that roughness there. So I'm gonna skip that and I'm gonna use, yeah, about 0.25 maybe. It looks more like luxurious. Yeah, looks good. So now let's do a little bit of on the landscape side. And I'm gonna save all of this. And we can go into Quixel Bridge. And look for some materials there. Let's see if I'm online. I'm not online, so okay, now we can look for some assets here. So landscape, let's look for some materials. Let's see how this beach pebbles looks. Yeah, I think I can work with this. Use medium quality and download that. Can also look for maybe ground. That looks all right. So pick which one, I mean, anyone that you like that you think that is going to fit nicely. So I think I'm going to use this one or this one. This one is fine. So download. And I got my locals here, so I can add. So that's added there. And then, is there anything else downloading? Yeah. And let's look for a stone. Not here. In here. So none of this. Maybe concrete will do. Oh, terrazzo. It's what I want to look. Terrazzo. Yeah, I think I can use this one. So download that as well. It's just 2K textures. And add that. Okay, what else do we need? Maybe some walls. Plaster wall. But something better. I think I'm gonna use this one. Painted wall plaster. And add that as well. So we got some materials here that we can just drop them in. This is going to be for our walls. So let's select walls. Landscape walls. Not this ones here, not the structure ones. And I'm going to give these all these walls. Right, let's open it up. You got here the tiling, the albedo tint as well, and saturation. I'm going to mess around with the saturation and the tiling. Maybe 1.5. No, I think it's too much. Maybe 2. No, I don't like the repetition there, so I'm going to reduce saturation, increase brightness, tiny bit there, and contrast, just take out a little bit of contrast because I want some white walls, or at least something that resembles white. Okay, maybe a little bit more brightness and less saturation and less contrast. I think it looks all right. I can also select that there, and for these walls as well. And this one already has that. So I think all of my walls besides this one has the intended material. Yeah, I think I'm all right with this. You can always keep playing around with that, but again, it's just a matter of preference. Okay. Now on the dirt, I want to use this as a something like a pebbles, all this, and this is going to be ground like mossy, so I can just drag that in. This one, yeah, I think I want, well, not that. This one here. Yeah, and this one here. And all of this is connected, so I'm just gonna use pebbles for that. And I'm gonna cover all of this with vegetation, so I don't need to worry too much on that. This one as well. So I can use this one here, but I'm gonna do something else. Control Z, and I'm going to pick sorry, a material here from develop, can be this one. I'm going to call this landscape, and then call pebbles. Then let's create a new folder here and then call this landscape. Set color green, then move that into here. Right, now I can select this. Well, I don't need to move them here, so I can just open this material and then use texture map. Use normal texture as well, and use the roughness. So let's look for that bit, pebbles. I'm gonna select this one here, the normal, and the pebbles here. So I can just, no, this one, sorry. Okay, and I'm gonna place them in here as well. So I think it needs some work on the tiling. I'm going to make them smaller. Let's go to tiling offset, set to 2 maybe. But there are a lot of repetitions, so I think I'm gonna drop that to 1.2, 1.2. I want this to be sort of like a dark. Let's see if something along those lines. And the control, gonna take a little bit of saturation and brightness. You can make them white if you want, so it's the other way around, but for this project I think I prefer to have it like this. So let's see if displacement is working. And I can just select this, look for my texture, or I can use this one here that is also used for displacement. So let's see if something's happening. Is there any displacement there? I don't think so. And what is that? Is this mesh is not nanite. So let's look for it, Control B, or you can just select this here and turn into nanite and see if that works. No. And for this, now let's configure this and see if something changes. No. So I'm gonna give you the to enable the displacement. I'm just gonna show you that. Just bear with me, and I'm going to give you the file configuration just so you got everything in place for using displacement in your project. So see you in a second. So in order to have the displacement enabled on nanite and on the textures, we're going to do is this. We're going to add these two commands and then copy them and paste them on the default engine. We're going to open that default. It's just a notepad file, and here on the shader settings you can just type that and then save. And actually I'm going to do the same on my template, the basic one, the AEC basic that we did on the last video. And again, I'm just going to default engine in here and paste. And actually I'm going to change now something here is the virtual texture. So virtual texture is enabled through that. I think it's not here, or it used to be here, that you can just set this to false when importing, and you won't have that issue with the importing textures. So I can't see it here, but anyway, well, just when you import that, or just the default setting, just set as a false when importing textures. So it's funny, it used to be around here, but maybe if I search, where is the view? No. Edit, is it fine? Control F, yeah. Virtual shadow enable, no. So it's not there. Let's see if it's on the other one. It's not here. I thought I saw it, but anyway, we just need to add this. Oh, here it is. Enable to false. So let's see if that's there as well. No, I think it's just a configuration that I need to do on the settings, but don't worry, I'll give you this file for you to download, so you don't have any issues with that. So now let's see if this works. I'm on the Moore house. Okay, now let's see if this is working. And I think it is. I can see something there. Let's go back to the default. There you go. So as you can see, there is some displacement there. And that the trick for us. So if I disable, you won't see any of that. The displacement is going to be just a flat image with some normal to it. So, but if I add the displacement, I can just give a little bit of depth to that and this area here. So just a tiny bit of more detail into your project. So always play with this range here, but not too. Just try to make it as realistic as possible. Maybe if I move this up a little bit, so it's in line with my steps. So it's pretty good. I'm happy with it. So now what we are going to do? So we can start working on these assets here, like the furniture, and place all of this. By the way, you can just disable that, and I like to work on 5 degrees. I don't want any of this scale. So you can place things up. This is just the frame for the doors, something like that. We can work on the lighting, but the thing is, because we're going to fill this with what's it called, like trees, we want to we don't want to work too much on the lighting because we know it's gonna be affected by all these trees and all the blocking. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just look into the Epic Games Marketplace. Let's do that. So it's downloading the trees that I want to use. So trees, Megascans. And I'm going to use this one, the hornbeam, because I think it looks pretty cool. And for this project, it worked really well. So add to project, then more house and add. So it's going to start downloading. So if you can see, it's going to take at least like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It depends on your internet, of course. But I can save this and I can keep working it on the stone that I'm going to use here and there. So let's go back to Megascans here. Surface. This dirty terrazzo. I think I'm going to do the same again, what I did with my pebbles material. So here I'm going to call this, well, actually I can do landscape. Duplicate that and then stone. That should do the trick. I don't think I'm gonna use any displacement. It doesn't justify for that. And I'm gonna go here, terrazzo. Select this one, drag them in. This for the normal, and this is my roughness. So in this case, I'm just not gonna use that variation of tint, and I'm going to set this back to 1:1. Let's search for it and apply to our stone. Just drag that in. Drag that, all my steps. I can even use it here and here and here. Also this area here, I think it's good enough. And for that, again, I'm not that happy with the tiling on that, so I'm gonna increase the size. Let's do 0.5, 0.5. Maybe it's a little bit too much or not. And to bring less detail to that, just move the contrast down. Saturation maybe about 0.5. Let's see. That's good. I'm not that kind of that pebble there, so I'm just gonna open that material and push it down a little bit. It's not showing on the steps. Yeah, that's cool. Then our landscape, our landscape stone, sorry, just got lost on thinking. Right, what else we can do here? Just push a little bit down. This one up, just make it like a grayish. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it. Sorry, this is in the way. think I'm happy. Looks all right. And actually I'm gonna change it to 0.75. See how this looks from above. There is some repetitions here and there, but you can always find what is the sweet spot for you. For me it's 0.6 and I'm gonna do a contrast of 0.2. Save that, save that. And for this wall, I think I'm gonna use the same material here. This is wall. But for this case, I'm gonna do a little bit of bluish, maybe. Less saturation, a little bit more contrast there. And then maybe less contrast. And I just want to use the normal. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks quite nice. Right. Now let's look for some vegetation. So we want to work on this, on these areas first, because like I said, your lighting is gonna be affected by this vegetation. So let's see if that downloads. No, it's gonna take a while. So I'm gonna look for Quixel bridge and look for some palms. So this one is quite nice. You can use, well, high quality is 5K, but this is just for the background. So let's do high quality, just 4. So I like this one, like this one. Yeah, these two. These 4 are all right. This one is cane. Don't think I'm gonna use that one much. This one, yeah, definitely. So let's do this. Maybe 6. Just control and then select or deselect and then download them all. Okay, what else we can look for? So we can just shop around on plants and then look for maybe garden plants. So don't need an English AVI. Don't think I'm gonna use that. So that is downloading all of them. Do I need some grass? No, I don't think for this project I'm gonna use any grass. Some fern, maybe, but that looks not too good. So now let's see all the plants, because I want to have some detailed plants in there and here, and this is all be covered with trees and the palms. So let's see what I can find here. So did that finish? mean, you can download as many as you want, and then we can just try them out and see if they are good for this project. I think we can download this one here. What else is there? I mean, the good thing is that we are spoiled for plants in Megascan. This saves you so much time for every project, and I recommend you just to have them locally if you can, if you got the space. I don't have many in this hard drive, but I used to have a lot. So let's see if I can get some nice grass for not that one. This one is downloading. No, can download this one as well. Kangaroo raw. There was one plant that I used before, and it was quite nice, but I can't see it here. It's not the succulent set. And I think I've got just all of this already. Look for them. Yeah, we can have some of this plant as well. So I'm gonna just speed up the video and then just show you what I downloaded. So with everything downloaded, I'm going to show you what assets I picked. So I picked this kangaroo paw, this Alexandra palm, the Samia, the Areca white, everlasting, this Leptadinia, or whatever you call, lily torth, ginger lily, Chinese fan palm, the cat palm, and the tropical palm. So let's pick them all. So control and then select and add them. And also I've got my trees here that I'm going to use for this project. So let's see how this is. This is the sorry. This is not. Here's the geometry, simple wind, and I'm gonna bring one here, see how it looks. It is normal that it takes some time to process this, so I'm just going to speed this up again. Something I like to do is to select all the trees here, for example, that I'm gonna use, select them and drop them in. And this is going to load everything, and it's going to take a while, so but at least when I start using these assets, they are all loaded and I can use it freely without having to wait every time I drag one, a new one. So let's speed this up again. So it took around, I think it was like 3 minutes or 4 minutes to load them up. So I can now, with this selected here, I can delete this. Not gonna need it in that aspect yet. And let's see the other ones that we download. So we got the palms here. Everything is working fine. Yeah, all of that. I think for these there's no issue on them. Let's see for that. This one here, yeah, all good. As you can see, it's disappearing. So that we'll go through that later. So with that check, we got two options to do the vegetation. We can do it through Foliage here, this tool, where we can add and drag and then just paint the vegetation here. Or we can use PCG. And I'm going to show you it's like a little bit of a mix between the two. So let's go into PCG. Let's drag a blueprint here, this blueprint here, which is just a spline, just a spline, so with some points that you can drag. You can select and drag just to cover the area you want to get the vegetation in. And let's do something around that. And then I'm going to select my PCG. Just going to duplicate this one and gonna call it front garden trees, maybe. Let's drag this in. It already has some meshes there just for references. And I'm going to look into my trees here. So I'm going to use simple wind. And I'm going to drag this one in. Let's see. So it's something already. Let's duplicate that. And pick another one. Maybe this one here. Yeah, it's starting to look really nice already. Okay, let's duplicate that again and add another tree there. So maybe like a skinny one. It's not that bad. Maybe let's just try different ones just for the sake of it. This might be too big for that. Let's drag this all the way down. Go back into this, select the PCG spline density, just so you can drag your. Okay, so now I know this one is no good because it's going to get into the house, so I can scale this and maybe put 1.5 with a uniform scale. It's a little bit better, but not that much. So I can drag one of those points and then just bring down a little bit there. Just to do some random. Okay. Regeneration for that. So what is that tree there? I think we can even increase the size of that. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see if I can bring one more here. And this one maybe, yeah. So you will see in your case that maybe you got some different, set for this. But it all depends on I mean, this PCG is a little bit random. We can control some stuff like when does it start, and for example, well, not here, you can't see anything there because there's no second mesh, but the density, if we want more density or less density, have like the spacing, got one more spacing and less spacing. I think 100 is fine, even maybe that's too much, maybe 150 works well. And we can add more plants in here. So let's see, 1.5, that's all right. Let's see how it looks if we add some meshes on our second mesh. So more small trees and some plants there. Just as a matter of testing. Okay, now we got some more plants in there. We can duplicate this. Go down. Just to add some variation here and there. Maybe some small trees like that. I think I'm quite happy with this at the moment, so something along those lines should be working fine. Maybe I'm gonna bring this one here. Okay, now let's do something with the palms and or maybe you want to keep doing, no, let's just finish this front area first and then we can just work on the back. Okay, now I want to bring some palm trees in there and there, but it's not gonna work like that, so let's try with PCG first. Just gonna bring a new spline, then my forest set, and this I'm gonna call palm trees. So for this, there's nothing there. So this is my human. Let's see how that blends in. Nothing is showing because I don't have any PCG there. Now you can see it. Okay, now let's bring some palm trees. Go into Megascans and then start looking for palm tree, sorry. So that's one there. Duplicate. And it's just adding more and more, just to get some variation on our vegetation. So I'm gonna keep adding this, duplicate. Open the description again. Maybe this cat palm here is good. Maybe the Chinese one is good as well. And let's see how that looks in a second. this one. So not much showing up. So let's select this, select these two, and let's bring all the way here. By the way, if something like this happened to you, you can just, that happened because there, I think there is a bug, and then when you do like Control Z, it's when you undo things on a PCG, it just does this weird thing. So what I do is I just select my blueprint, I delete it, and then I do undo again, and it's gone, that part. I just need to clean up, generate. So it's a little bug that this has. So let's mesh density. Now I want this to be 50.1. So there is more in there, which is good. I want to just do maybe that, and 2 I think is fine. So 25, no. And then I'm going to do 2.5 here. I got some vegetation there. Don't worry, we will just bring more stuff here just to give a little bit more of just tweaking things out and make it look prettier. So you can always bring more vegetation just to fill those areas that PCG doesn't do or you don't like very well. So yeah, maybe I can bring one of those here and one of those there, a big one, and I can bring this down. Oops. Select this point here, duplicate it, and let's see that what it does. Yeah, I think now it's too big in my opinion, so okay, that is something. That is the beginning of something, so we can work from that. And let's do a pivot, a foliage, sorry, and let's see how this works in this area. So I want this to be set there. Oops. Selection, not what I intended, so let's do this here and then so you can set the density of those palms, and at this point they are all the same, and I'm going to reduce the size of the brush so it's painting that area there. No, but it's not painting anything. And that is because I think I'm missing some collisions there. Let me just check this in case. No. So I'm gonna pick this and give it a collision. I'm going to use a box. And gonna use that like that, and then reduce. If I want to work on it, I really need to do this. If you don't want, if you're not planning to do like a walkthrough of your project, you don't need to do this, this whole thing. So let's see if that works. Right, and then paint. And there you go. So you got plenty there, as you can see, but I think I'm gonna remove and erase, sorry. I'm gonna erase some of that and do a less density. So let's select 4 of them. Let's paint density 1 and then paint again. See what that gives us. Yeah, not too bad. Well, maybe... Oops, sorry, it's erase. Always. Let's paint again, see if it does the trick. Maybe we reduce the size of our brush size. Okay, there is one there. Not too bad. And one here. Not too bad. Okay, we start getting something, but oh no, there is some vegetation coming on there. So we need to go back into foliage mode and then erase some of this one, I think, and there's one here. I think it's that one. So let's see if we can paint one here without affecting that area. No, that one didn't do. Maybe more this area here, and then we can add some of these like in this side. And then increase the size. Oops. Increase the size of that. And increase the size, turn it around. There you go. So I don't like when it's overlapping like that. So I'm going to, again, go back into my foliage tool and delete some of that and delete some of that. Don't like that one as well. I think I can get away with this one. So with my selection, I'm going to bring one manually, maybe like that. This is another species, so I'm gonna look for this tropical. Turn it, reduce the size. Okay, now with that done, we can always do this again to fill this and add another one about there. So now with this done, what we're going to do is to create a perimeter around our sort of like our project, our house, just so we can block a little bit of the view and just make it more interesting as well, and also to help us with filling up the vegetation. So let's grab a spline density. Let's just place it about here and then just drag and then drag again the other point. Let's just open it a little bit. Oops, I don't need this duplicate, so keep it like that. Okay, on the PCG side, we're going to duplicate this, our main forest set, and let's call this perimeter. I'm going to delete the second mesh because I don't need it there. I'm going to delete the projection because I don't need it there. And I'm just going to connect that and go into my simple wind and pick some trees. 2, 3, 4. I think 4 are fine. Second, third, and 4. So with this, we can look into our PCG graph and perimeter. And now we got some trees there. So let's just move this out a little bit. Remember, go back into spline or to select this. And I can even pull it down like that. Create a duplicate without wanting. So I think it's too much density, so let's reduce that and maybe do is that all right? Maybe 150, see how that looks. Doesn't look bad. 100. It's fuller. I think I'm gonna leave it as 100. So you can see this is just outside of the property, but it's there to just fold the whole thing up at the background. Now let's density 1. And then 150. 150. I'm gonna go back to 200. The thing is, I don't think I like this being so low. So I think I'm gonna bring it up. And there. Okay, it's starting to look all right. Now let's do another one. Let's search for where that is. Control B, then just put another one. Let's select perimeter so everything is ready. To do. Let's just clean up, generate. And move this. That there. Oh. I think it's just overlap the spline, so just need to create 2 more. Okay, where's gone? So let's select all of them. Just bring it down a little bit like that. And I think this one is not all right. What I think is happening is that some of these splines are overlapping. But I think this will do. And I can move this down a little bit. That way. So see the difference that makes that perimeter down there is just much better. Gonna tweak this a little bit. So we got some lighting coming in that way. Okay, now let's create another one of this. Let's this set on the 0. Okay, let's bring that way. Let's put it down. Perimeter, and let's see if we can just increase the density of that just by moving it. Yeah, I don't think that looks good there. Also, we need a space if this is going to be like entrance of a garage. So let's do this. Let's just open that bit there. Just moving this out of the way. So after speeding up the process, you know, it's the same thing that we did, just tweaking and changing the mesh star position, the density in some of the cases, the border sample. So I'm going to do this area here, basically using the same principle we used for this one. What about if we use the same spline? So we can do that. This one, and actually I'm going to call this front. And I think I screwed up. Okay. No. So I changed the name, and that what it did was it did screw up my, so it's just a bug. Generate, yeah. But this line here, what? Why is not projecting? Oh, so it's projecting. Oh, I understand now. It's projecting the other one here. So I thought, what is going on there? So it's projecting on top of another projection. That's the reason it was doing that funny business there. And it duplicate this. Just delete, Control C. No, this is not gonna work like that. So I better create the spline myself. I thought I could just copy paste, but no, it's not allowing me to do that, I'm afraid. So let's do this area here. I'll just bring that there. They can just duplicate that. Okay, so another one right here and another one here. Okay, let's see if this works then. Front garden trees. It's working fine. What is this? I just need to bring this out of that way. And maybe increase the density of stuff. Let's see. No. I think I prefer that. Or where does it start? Oh, okay. So some garden there. I think it's too much. Let's do 1.3 and this one maybe 30. So if this is too much hassle, you can always use the Foliage Paint tool. But it's up to you, to be honest. I sometimes prefer to use the PCG, and sometimes I prefer to use the Foliage Paint. It depends on case by case of what works best for the project. This one doesn't look too bad. Maybe there's too many trees there. 0.5 and 0.5. Yeah, I couldn't be able to walk on that area there, so I'm gonna just bring this here this here. Okay, no. Not what I intended. Okay. So we got some trees there. Now I can use my paint tool, my foliage tool, sorry. And let's paint something here. But first I need to add a collision to this. So go here. Let's add the box collision. That should be enough. And you're ready to go. Foliage. Let's add some trees, maybe here, and actually more foliage should be good for that. Okay, now let's go for the European. Can use pivot painter. Let's see this 3 here. Okay, now we can just, let's unselect everything and then just pick 3 of them and see how this works out. I can pick one there. I didn't like that one. So here and there. It's gonna get into the swimming pool, so not good for me. It's going to get in the way, so not good for me. Just gonna fill this with some strokes here and there. Let's see how these 3 works out. It's not too bad, but I think I need it to be more like this area here. Yeah. And this, nope. It's not going the way I want, so let's I think on the trees I'm just gonna place them manually for those and then do more of this type of vegetation there, the palms, and gonna go this way here. Paint a little bit there. This one here. Somewhere there. Yeah, I think it's looking really good. Actually, I can paint some of them now that I'm here. I'm gonna reduce my brush size. Okay, some of these are overlapping, which I don't like. So erase, maybe reduce the size of that. And then paint again. But maybe with a brush size of 50. Let's see. Can I get away with this? No, I can't. So for this case, I'm just gonna place them manually. Just so it doesn't overlap all these. That there it's fine, but I'm not happy with the other ones. But you can see how the lighting changed when I added all those trees. So now it doesn't look as light, and I mean there's no much light coming in this area. So that is the reason I want to do the vegetation first. So it's going to dictate what is going to be my area of for the lighting. I need to add another collision to this. So, oops. Add box collision, save. Let's go back into foliage. You can deselect this and then maybe work with these trees here. And paint. So yeah, I don't like that, so not gonna use this for sure. Okay, let's see how that looks with that. And with some of this. Just paint a little bit where you want that to fill just the space. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So the advantage of the Foliage Tool is that you got more control. Of course, it's more artistic, and the PCG is just to give you a hand when you want to do like random stuff. It depends on how you like to use it. I like to use both. I usually used to be more like a PCG guy, but I learned how to use the foliage paint, so I'm happy with that as well. Can I have that tree there? No, I don't think I want that. Although I want a tree here. Maybe a big one there. See how that looks. Just make sure that it doesn't overlap too much there. I think I can get away with that. More. No, I think it's too big. Let's see another one of these. No. I think that one was really nice. This one, it just needs to be resized properly. But that branch there doesn't convince me, so I'm gonna look for another one. Let's move that there. See how that looks. I think it looks all right for now. We can bring another tree here just to give a little more presence to that. So starting to look nice. So you can add another tree here. not that big. Maybe this one. Let's move this and see how this generates again. Yeah, I can be happy with that. Right, let's do this area, and I think just some small bits here and there, and we are done with foliage. I know this is a long long time for doing the foliage, but it's what it sets your project. So I think it's the best thing is to start with that, and then we can just let me add this into a PCG folder or vegetation. Let's call it vegetation, so we can add all vegetation into it. All of this goes there. So in case I want to just get rid of that, I can do that as well. So, and this is vegetation there. So, no, there you go. Okay, now we want to do that bit there. So let's see if I can use a mix of PCG and foliage paint again. So let's do that, and maybe 0.1. I think too much palm tree, so let's do another one. Let's go small garden, and I'm gonna just drop that in. Let's see. Let's see how that looks. Density 1, no. There's another palm there, so I'm not going to use that. Not that one. Let's see how this looks. Small garden. But no. In fact, I think I'm going to use the foliage paint for this case. So let's do that. Go into foliage. Untick all of this. And I'm going to bring this out. Let's bring that. I think I can use this one as well. This one are pretty nice too. So with this selector, let's see how these palms are. Quite nicely. Let's see something that brings more volume to it. So we select all of them, untick them. Let's see if some palms. Nah, I don't think that's gonna work. More like this type of palm. Let's see is it the kangaroo? Let's see how they look. Yeah, I think this are gonna be good for that. Okay, let's select, see how this pan out. Erase. Then paint. Let's paint around. And this, of course, is just, I'm just doing some quick painting. But you can always set how you like them. Let's erase some of this. Nice. I don't need any of that. Whoa. I didn't know that these were really expensive, and they are not. Are they? No, they are not nanite, so we need to do this. My computer is screaming now. Oh, these are really, I mean, nanite is, you should use nanite when you got more than 50,000, I think. So I think it's a good point using them for this. And let's see if, yeah, enable nanite for those as well. 50,000. Okay. Let my computer breathe a little bit and I'll back to you. So I'm back, and after doing the nanite thing, enabling nanite, sorry, my FPS went up and my computer is not screaming anymore. So that's a good thing that I just found out about those vegetation. So always, if you see vegetation that is more than 50,000, it has more than 50,000 triangles, just use nanite and transform them. So for this, I think I'm gonna use nanite as well. Of course, there are many more things that you can do here. For example, controlling the density of each foliage, but this is it's not like an in-depth tutorial on foliage, and there are many on the internet how show you how you can do that. But I'm just using a general paint density here, and when I'm on a rush, which is almost all the time, I just use those density values there and just tweak as I go along some areas. And I was gonna do a, I don't know where I left that. Is it this one? I think, yeah, I quite like that one there. So I'm gonna use that. So let's see how this looks. Come on. I think this. And these are fine. See? It's not painting. Oh, because I'm erasing again. And I'm 25. See how this looks. All right, let me just erase some of that. So I quite like this there. Maybe too much. Don't want it to look like it has been abandoned, so let's see if I can just bring some here and there. And there. So let's just down them a tiny bit. No. So to erase, I need to, don't know which one is this one, but I need to select all of them. I just realized that there are some of that age that I don't want to. Okay, now I think I'm happy with this. Doesn't look too bad. I can bring some here and just to fill all those gaps. Like these little ones. For this material, I'm going to use the pebble that we did. And I'm gonna just do like put some rocks in there, some stones. Going back to foliage. Right. Again, sometimes that is the thing that, I mean, it's not sometimes, most of the time, that's the thing that breaks realism. So I always try to just, all those edges here, just try to put some vegetation there, but that is not overlapping any furniture, or at least it's not as visible. Okay, so got that there. That is done. This one looks all right. We can even bring some of this to give it a little bit of color. And more of that. Yep. We can do the same thing like with this, with this. And let me check for it. This is not looking good, so I'm gonna bring a small one here just to give it more volume. And this one here, no, not that one. So for that, and let's do the foliage again. Select all of this. I'm gonna see how this looks. Yeah. Into just bring a little bit more foliage around this area here. Now, actually, I think I don't want to go that way because I'm gonna have some stones there. Let's see, single. Nope. Okay, paint again, and then do this area here. Okay, after I speed up a little bit the video so you don't fall asleep, me looking at doing some of the vegetation, sorry. We're going to just do I'm gonna add some trees and something interesting here just to, so it doesn't look that empty. Let's look for one of those trees, simple win, and add one there. So reduce the size of this tree. I can I think it's gonna look cool there. Or maybe a bigger one, and I can lift this one here. Let's see this. Okay, so more shadows for us. But it's all good. You can just resize that this way. It's looking good. And should I create another one here? Maybe. Yeah, like a small one there. And for this, and maybe some palm trees in here. Tropical. No, I think this one is too big. Well, maybe just keep it the same principle there. I'm gonna bring another one there. See, does it look? No, I think it's too many trees in that area, so I probably will use some palm trees there. But let's do it with a foliage tool. So none of this is selected. Let's see how this looks there. Nope. Select, whoops. Select all of them, then deselect, and then you can just go back and look for the palms like that here. Maybe too many of those. I want to select this one here. Erase that. Actually, I don't like this here, so I think I'm gonna use another. What is it called? I'm gonna add some rocks there, I think, and then create here some more palms. And then select some, let's do some small vegetation here and there. So yeah, I think that will do. I can bring smaller ones here and there. Okay, I think we can start working now on finally on the lighting. And I downloaded from Polyheaven, was a just gonna Polyheaven Well, it's called Klufendal. So if you look on the outdoor or look for Klufendal, it's one of those that I picked. I think it was this one. So 43D and 48D, which is 48D, this one, and 43D, which is this one clear. This is just saving. Well, so it took a long time to save, and I think I should have done this earlier, the autosave. So because there is a lot of meshes there, like all the foliage that have been done, and yeah, it just took a little while to do this. But I was speaking about the HDRI, so I'm going to bring that. Where is my these two? I can just drag and then bring them here. So now I can go into my sky material. On the blueprints on sky and then sky material. And let's try the clear one first. I'm gonna change the variation here just so I can have my night cycle as well. So whilst that is loading, I think I'm gonna change this tree. I think I prefer something more like, yeah, that type of bigger tree. And then move that a little bit there. Yeah, much interesting. So it's preparing the textures, and I'm going to again jump until this is loaded. Okay, so with our texture loaded, I'm going to check how this is set in here. So I think I need to increase the size of my sphere of the background, and I do that selecting my sun sky, my blueprint here, and I'm going to increase this to 1000 maybe. Yeah, it's much better now, I think. Let's do 2000 C. Doesn't change much, so 1000 it should be fine. And I'm going to check where the sun is. So the sun on the HDRI is there. And to see how this affects my map or my project, I'm going to go into view mode and select path tracing. So that is the sun there, affecting all these areas. Right. Now let's try to match these up. I'm going to use sun and moon right here. So without width, and I'm going to try to match this sun here. I'm going to untick the sky atmosphere. And then let's see. Okay, I can see some difference there. I think I need to change the north offset. Yeah, something along those lines, I think. Let's take that. Okay, maybe, oops, something like that. Let's see again. So path tracer is going to be our reference for this view. The so yeah, 15.75 and 75 here. I think that will do for now. It doesn't look bad, so yeah, I think I can be happy with this. Maybe I can decrease the size of the intensity of the sun. Well, it was 3.14. Yeah, 2.5. So, it was 1. Oh, this is the skylight intensity. That's not my sun. This is my sun intensity. So let's do 2 or 1 or 2. Again, see how that. Okay, so I think I can push it to 2. I can set the source to 1.5 maybe, or 1.3. And we can look into our post-process volume and increase the exposure. 0, 1, 2. Let's bring a reference here outside. I think it's too much. So I go back and then 1.5, 1.2. We can always tweak this afterward, so don't worry. There's some shadows here, and might be because of these trees moving. I think the animation, and I think it's because this is using ray tracing. So let's go to ray, and this is like enable, and then yeah, disable is. Let's see how that is affecting. And F1, so I'm on the 40 frames per second there. But thing is, like, if you want to go for performance, you can deactivate the sun, and then you already got double the performance. So it's something you need to bear in mind. I mean, when I use the sun and the direct light, it's going to decrease the frame per second, and depending on all the meshes that are on this scene, I might go and select another type of environment and go without the sun, something along those lines. So for example, if let me just create a collision there. if I go and play it here, oops, I think I've got my begin play there, so I can delete that. So for walkthroughs, yeah, most of the time I wouldn't be using a sun. But if it's just for cinematics, of course, you can always bring sunlight. And I always say, I mean, I live in between Portugal and UK, and when it's sunny in the UK, it's always beautiful. So the sun makes everything beautiful in my opinion. So let's work with the sun, because we are just doing cinematics. And now I think we can go into the interiors, to the interior part and the severals, and place all these doors and where they are going. So I'm going to select my structure here, my ceiling. I'm gonna hide that for now, and let's see what we can start working. I think on the kitchen, we can start working on the kitchen. And let's do everything that is metal. So select this one, control, select the other one, and I'm gonna use the same metals for here. Maybe throughout all the house, it's going to have the same metal. This one here, this one. And I think that's all where the handles, all the handles are there. So display all materials. We can go search for one of those, or maybe go into develop. We can use this Chrome here, duplicate, and let's call this metal, maybe brass. And let's create another folder here called metals. Now move that into here, and then we're gonna open this, and let's do something about this here, those values here. And apply it to all the metal bits. And where did, oh, it did apply to all of this, but no. Ah, of course. Sorry about that. The handles are in different, but they by themselves, sorry. So that one there, all of these. I think I can use this one as well. I can add the same materials to this. This handle here, this handle here. I don't think there is any handle there. No. I think there are some here. Yeah. Okay, now let's apply that to that. It's to polish, so let's change that. Where's my, oh. Let's increase the roughness of it. Let's see, it looks all right. Maybe I should bring the roughness a little bit up. 0.38 maybe. It's going to be fine. So let's see how it looks in here. Yeah, I think it's gonna do a nice contrast here. Okay. And I think I'm gonna, this is just stone, so I'm going to change that. So we got one material done. Of course, you can add a, let's see if there is any, you can add brush textures to the metals and make it a brush, but for this case, I'm not gonna do that. So this color is this one. Gonna duplicate this, and then maybe steel, and then go all the way up, something like that. By the way, there are some what's it called? Some the color coding. You can find it on what's it called, on the documentation for Unreal, and I think is Unreal metal values, I think. Oh, physically, that is the one. Physically based materials. And in here you can get the base color for all of this, if you want to just go like really detailed with it. So let's see how this looks in this. We can always drag there, or yeah, looks all right. For this one, I think I'm gonna do a bronze. Let's see how that looks in bronze. Something like an orange. More darker. Okay, it's not too bad. Maybe I can even try with the brass. I think it's too much brass. So that type of bronze, or even black for that. So now we can create one that is black. I'm gonna use it for this here. Let's see, metal, the color go all 0.06, I think it's fine. Let's see. And steel here. It's not gonna be white now. So is it plastic there? Yeah. And for this one I can use just a simple this white here, and it's gonna be fine. So we are doing now what is all the metals for our severals, and I think we are almost there. For this lighting, I think I can use a brass will look good. For this one, let's see how it looks in brass. Yeah, I think it's gonna do a nice contrast with the stone we are going to bring. So that is done. We need to do this. Let's do a metal here, maybe steel. For the black bit, I'm gonna use this one, which is this wall thing. Oh no, I think I'm mistaken there. So black, can see like mirror, and then open it, decrease the roughness to maybe 0.06. These shadows don't look good. Oops. So I'm gonna try to cover it like that, increasing the roughness. And I think that is because of the ray trace. Let's do a quick test. Ray is not this one. Directional light, ray tracing. And then no, it did nothing. So that is like, that is the shadows on Lumen. So I'm afraid, well, I think I can change that here on the post process. I haven't changed anything regarding the quality of it, so I think I can increase those, the reflections, and yeah, but not now. I'm just gonna leave it like that. We can do all this tweaking later on. For now, it's good that we got a nice frame per second. So what else we can do? We can do this black bit, all the structure. Let's see. Oh, first, let's do all the severals so we can use a clean metal. So for that metal, I can use this. So hide all of that, display here, and I've got one metal here. Let's see what it does. And for this, this one has two metals there. Oh, I think I'm gonna use just black there and leave it as black. Just instead of going back to, if this was for a client, of course I would go back and change this material here, but not in this case. So for that is done. This one is still, these are all the structures, so I'm doing this now. And for wool, what is, can use that. yeah, just for now. Everything that says black, just drag a metal black and then add that in. So that all my frames need also and we can download even some, metals from Quixel. So metals. Surface and metal. So if you want to add more details and into with the scratches and stuff like that, like for example, this one might be a good one for the doors. Let's download this medium quality. So this one already has that. Need a stone. This one it's all right. I need a metal for that. A wall is just bit. I can also do that bit there. Okay, I think I've got all of them. I just need maybe this one here. This is one of those doors. Keep adding all the metals. This is the frame, so also it's gonna need that. This one is gonna need that. And this frame here. Right. Just so if you are struggling with your FPS, you can always just hide them. And we didn't bring this onto my folder. And this. Okay, so yeah, if you want to gain more of FPS and work on this. By the way, I think I'm gonna change this to the other one. I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay, next, what do we have here? We got a glass here, so we can use this glass. By the way, we didn't change this to metal, so I can go here, look for metal black. And this side, yeah, that's fine. I think it was one that I missed. No, I think it's fine. Okay, let's do this mirror here. So if mirror glass door, let's look for it, do a duplicate. This is going to be door or shower door, and then bring that in. I'm gonna change this color to something lighter, and maybe a little bit greenish. The opacity, I'm gonna change that to 8.1. Roughness 0, it's fine. Let's see if no, I think I prefer this one here. And then maybe just decrease this tiny bit. Right. For this, I'm going to, I say glass, but I think I'm going to use a emissive material. So I can duplicate one of those. Then create a new folder called emissive. Set my color to green. Save all. Develop this one, emissive. And then I call just emissive shade. I'm gonna apply that to that. I'm going to decrease the roughness to maybe 0.08. Color, I think I can leave it as maybe off-white, maybe 0.75. And then here you got use emissive. And then set this to, well, just to 1 for now, and then maybe some like more yellow. And don't worry, we will just tweak this when we get our ceiling back and when we are doing the post-process volume. So now I can look into marble as well. Let's see. Yeah, this one I really liked, so I'm gonna download that. Maybe this one for the kitchen is nice, Orobico. Let's see what else we can find here. This is for the mosaic tile, so we can try that as well. And I think I'm gonna use this for the bathrooms as well. For the kitchen maybe. So we got some options here, and we can just go to local, select all of this, and then add. I can close that. Megascans surface. Then let's see how this looks here. It looks alright, but I think I prefer the one that is a green one. Yeah, that looks much better. Let's open it. Let's do tiling 2 to maybe 1.5 should be fine. Yeah, it looks nice. For this, I'm gonna use the same marble. I'm gonna increase maybe the tiling, or well, decrease, so I increase the size. Maybe no. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Let's go to the other bathroom. And this, we can go back to this up here. And inside here, I can use that as well. And this too. Oh no, shoot. I think there are some, the tiling here is not, it's not that, the seams and all, it wasn't done that well, so I think I'm gonna use just this, which is the same marble but just tiling, just like without the tilings. Yeah, I think, well, for this one, now I think I'm gonna use the wood for that. So pick that wood there, and then yeah, it looks better that way. Okay, now let's do these mirrors that we can just go to metals, and then let's select black mirror. Now let's duplicate that. Metal mirror or bronze. So let's bring that something along those lines there, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think I can live with it. Let's go back to this. I forgot to do this in this bathroom, so it's done like that. Now let's do the stone for the kitchen. I think we are done. We just need this bit here, so we can even add some stone there as well. Let's see how that looks. No, I don't think that. Painted wall, painted. Yeah, something like that. It looks good. The metal door there. Let's see how this looks in here. And let's bring back our ceiling, just so we can see how this looks. So obviously this is too much, so let's do 0.5, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. This is not that far off of what we need. It has a style, this stone, so I think we can leave that. Let's see how it looks with the Desarabscator. No, I think I prefer this one. It has some bronze and, I mean, yeah, some yellows there, so it's quite nice to fit with the whole handles and metals that we see in this scene. So let's see how it looks with the vegetation on, just out of curiosity. Yeah, I think it's starting to look really nice. It's starting to pay off all the time we have invested in it. So let's place these doors on here. And these are the other doors. So this is sliding doors and this is the sliding handle. Sliding glass, sorry. We can place one there and another one around there. Something like that. Maybe it's not positioned it properly, so I need to do some, even resize them a little bit. Okay. And this, no. This is the frame. Okay. Do I need this frame there? I think I do. So let me place that a little bit to the side. And that's it. I think that will do the trick. So I just increased to 1.02 the doors, and they are placed in the position that they should be. Let's just select the three of them, hold Alt or Command, and then drag this up. And I think this shouldn't be out, so let's just move this a little bit outside, like that. Yeah. Oops. Now just so it's on the edge there. Right. And I'm gonna select this again, these two, and then just duplicate that into this. Right, now we can do for this door and we are done. Just duplicate and then drag. Oh, it's missing, I think, is it missing the frame? No, it's not missing the frame, so it's just need to move this tiny bit there. And the frame there. Okay, now we got our doors done. So at least the front ones, these are the sliding doors, and this one is the pivot one. So I can just drag this here. So for the sliding, I think I'm going to use, what was it? The sliding was going in here, and let's just add this to the wood that we are using, the interior one, and the metal is going to be the black one. Right, let's do something like that. No, this is the kitchen. And I think that's not possible, because if we got a borders there, we can't open the door in that way on a sliding door. So let's just bring that to the other side. Let's just hide that. This wall, this ceiling, like that. And then we can just drag this to here. So this one can open that way, and this one also can open this way. By the way, if you need to resize, just like in this case, or you want to use the pivot one, you can always resize that as well. But we'll do a blueprint out of them, so this is just as a matter of visuals that we're gonna be using. So black metal, can use, I think this is the handle, so maybe brass. Let's see, how is that there? Brass. And for this two, I'm gonna use wood on my base, interior, and wood, interior, and then this one is, let's do brass as well. Okay, with that done, we can just select all of it and then just drop it here. I think I'm gonna use the black for the structure of that frame. Yeah, it looks much better. The same way I did for the other one. Let's place this a bit closer to that. Okay, so we are done with the walls and several, sorry, and the doors. You can place another door here if you want. I think it's too small for a door, so I just left it open. So let's see. So it's starting to get in shape. And now we can do, actually let me just do this bit here. I'm gonna, for the stone, I think I'm gonna use this stone here. So hold shift, right click, then go select this and then shift left click. I've got my, no, I don't like that, so it's too much repetition. I don't have anything like vegetation on top of it, so I'm gonna pick maybe a metal for that. And is this one? No. See how that looks. Yeah, I think I can use that. And for the walls, I think we did a wall material. Which one we used? So it's landscape. Let's look for it and see how it looks in here. It is alright, but I'm going to change this to wall interior. I'm going to create another folder here called walls. Set color, green. Let's go back to landscape and drag that there. So let's drag that in, and then I'm gonna reduce the normals a little bit, and the tiling, I'm gonna increase that to 1. So it's looking good. I'm happy with it. And now we can just do the furniture bit. Okay, now on the furniture side, we're going to add all our meshes, but I think I'm going to work first in this area and then jump into the bedrooms and the office. So this is the main area for our living room, dining room, and the kitchen. And so I'm going to go into meshes, furniture, and let's do first the living room. See how that pans out. So I'm going to use this chair here. There is a sofa here. Just drag that in. Maybe let's just rotate this. Move it a little bit to this side. Okay, let's move this one to the side. You can drag another one, place it here. And a coffee table. I think I've got one here. This one. Maybe I should move the sofa a little bit down that way. Well, we can tweak this after. Let's see how that plays. Okay, I think we got something there. Let's do the materials for this, just so we work like in phases. So on the fabrics, I'm gonna duplicate this fabric and call fabric armchair. Let's drag that to that and to that. Now let's do the, oh, I forgot there's some metal there, so I think I'm going to add, let's see how a bronze looks. Yeah, looks cool. So we can do bronze for that. And then for this one, let's see how bronze looks on that as well. Yeah, it's not completely black. It's a dark bronze, but it will do the trick. Now let's do leather, and let me see if I import this. No, so we're going to import the leathers that is on the folder, the MH folder. Let me look for it here. So on textures, you can go on this leather fine and just drag that into your project. And these are accessories. Actually, we can do this here now. So new folder, accessories. And let's select all of this. And the magazines as well. So now we have imported everything from this folder, so we don't need this anymore. Can go back, set the color to red. And we can start working on our leather. So for this, by the way, if you want to open another content browser, you can do that. Like right click, show in new content browser, and then have this place in here. So on develop, I'm going to duplicate one of these. Let's call this leather sofa and move that into leathers. We didn't create one yet, so leather to green. Okay, now we can go to this, apply it to this material here and open it. So I'm going to activate normal here, and I think a roughness. Let's see how that looks. So go into content browser 2 for the roughness, this one here, and for our normal. Okay, so we need to increase the tiling, maybe to 3. Now I would say let's do 6, just so it's a fine leather. Even 8 wouldn't be too bad. Okay, so we got a gray leather, but I'm going to change it to something more orange, something about that. Maybe let's see here. Yeah, doesn't look too bad. maybe a little bit lighter, a little bit more color. And maybe a little bit more red. Yeah, I think that looks cool. We don't need to change anything here unless you want to bring a little bit the roughness down, so you can do that type of roughness, but I think I'm gonna leave it just about there, about 0.4 should be fine. We save that, we save our level, and this I'm going to change the tone of it, so I prefer something white. Not this, sorry. I need to just change the brightness of it. Let's do more. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. 3. Let's see if this do something. First color is white, so it's good. By the way, if you want to change the color of this, you can do, and there is a little bit of, in this case, like a red, like fall off around the fabric. But I think for white is fine. And this increase the fuzz if you want to increase that. Let's do 1.15. Oops, that's too much, sorry. 15.3. 4. And you can play with these values as well. The inner fall off, just make it more like silky. Let's see how it looks in the sun. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it for the minute. Now let's do the coffee table. Let's add a metal and a glass. So we go glass. This door shower, we can duplicate one of those. And then furniture. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, just increase the opacity to 0.6 maybe. Get nice glass there, and you can always change the color of it, but I'm gonna leave as it is. I think it looks fine. Now let's do the metal bit, and we are done with those pieces. So let's see how it looks in brass. Not to my liking, no. In bronze. Yeah, bronze, it's alright. It's a little bit like black, dark, so it's cool. We can center this and this, just pick one. Let's see how this looks in 0. No. Just maybe 15. And these 15 as well. Okay, we are done with that bit. Now we're doing the dining table. Go to back meshes, furniture. I think this is the dining table. Rotate in here or pressing E. Then move. Let's move that to, I think it was 15. Let's leave a gap there, and I think I've got some dining chairs here. Yeah, I do. Now I can just move these around. Select the 2 of them, then I'm gonna place 10, sorry. So Alt, drag, rotate, and place them in. Just bring a little bit of randomness, just so it doesn't look like it's machine made. It's like everything is perfect. And if we rotate this and unselect them, just a tiny bit on them and in and out. Just a little bit of rotation here and there. Let's bring this. Then I need to bring them in a little bit more. This side and for this side. Okay, let's do for the ones at each end, and Alt, duplicate, and let's place that in. So let's do the fabric for the chairs. And I go here. By the way, I just went back to Content Browser 1 and 2 is where I got that. I'm going to duplicate this one. Fabric, dining chair. Maybe I can take this simple. And something we can do, instead of selecting all of them, we can always double click, open this and apply it directly here. Change the tiling, in this case, to 4. Yeah, looks all right. So it applied to all of them. So every time you drag a new chair like this, it's going to have that material applied to it. Now we need a wood. And let's see how this looks on it. Chair. So too much wood, so I'm going to change this to a black one. So all the way down here, all the way down. Or simply you can just set saturation. I think it's going to be simpler. So in that 1.4, oh, well, we need to actually do this. Change the tint variation a tiny bit. Yeah, I think it looks good in that color. Maybe we need to increase the tiling by 2. Always try to make good, what's it called, UVs. So you can use waterline texture as well, but as you can see, it's not gonna have the same I mean, all these seams here are not looking that great. If you're in a rush, I mean, of course, use waterline position, but if you got time, or at least if you're gonna use those pieces again, just do a nice UV with hidden seams. And so like the seam here is around this area, so you don't see it there. Okay, we got our table done, our dining chair done, sorry. Now let's do the table. Let's see what type of, should I use wood again? Or should I use like the stone? Megascans surface. Let's see how this looks on here. Now 2 different marbles. I don't think it's gonna look good. So let's go back and pick a, let's see, this wood here. Maybe we duplicate and change the color of the wood so it's not the same. Let's see, like that. Yeah, I think it looks fine for the minute. We can always tweak when we got our vegetation, all the pieces in. So if you don't like this table as well, so you can always change to your own liking. So for the minute, I'm just gonna leave that as it is. And for the base, I'm going to use a black metal thing. So yeah, I think it looks good. Right, let's bring the boss tools, and I think we are done with this area. I think there is a rug here, this is going here, and we need to bring the lighting, but we can do that afterwards. So meshes, furniture, and then bring your boss tool. Rotate this axis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I use 4? Let's see if I can squeeze one more here. No, too many. So let's just separate them a tiny bit. Bring them inside. Is there enough space there? I might need to move this table a little bit to the right. So let's move this here. Yeah, so it's almost like equal space between this sofa. This also, it's helpful to have a human just to see how things go. I mean, it's sort of a space. Maybe I need to even move this a little bit back. Okay. I think I'm happy with it. So let's double click again and edit this. This has plastic in it, so it's like a black, I think it's a black plastic. I mean, you can use this one here. Let's go on this PVC black. And we can create this folder for plastics if we need more of this. So PVC, let's move that in, change the color, save all, and then let's see, plastic. Oh. Yeah, it was this bit here. For metals, we can again use the same metal there, and for the seat, we can use a leather. So leathers, duplicate this, and then breakfast tool. And select this. Don't like that, so I'm gonna change that to maybe gray-ish. I think white is better. Yeah, I think it looks much better that way. Okay, that is done. We got our main furniture pieces here. So let's do the bedrooms. This is the guest bedroom, so I'm going to look for my furniture here and this GB. And it's separate, so you got a base and the top. I use this just sometimes I want to mix bases, and so I got them separated, but you can always have them together. So let's place that there. Actually, I forgot about the headboard, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to pick headboard because I put them all together. And then place them about center with the wall. Okay, now I've got my bedside tables as well. Alt and drag. And for this, I think I've got everything. Yeah, so now no more in here, so we can start working on this. So for the fabric, let's use a leather. Duplicate and then headboard GB. maybe another color for that. Like a grayish. I always get creative with what you would like to have in there, so it's up to you. I'm just doing it my own style. So save all again. For this, I think I'm going to use the marble for the top. So go into this and the Megascan surface, and let's see how this looks. Yeah, not too bad. And I think I'm gonna use a black wood for this case. So woods. I may even use a wood share. There you go. And let's do the bed and the base. The base I can use also wood, the same wood for the chair down here, and the fabric. Let's see. Maybe I use the same leather as the headboard. And for this, I got different fabrics I can use there. So let's go back here and duplicate this. And this is gonna be called bedding. Okay. Double click, I'm just gonna bring more. No, I think actually it's fine. It's just the tiling that needs a little bit of tweaking. Maybe to 4. And then I think I'm gonna bring the inner intensity to 1. See how this looks in 1.5. Yeah, I think it looks good. Let's see where this fabric is. It's for this area here. Doesn't look too bad as well. Let's use this fabric here. I got something, and then we can do this like in leather, the last one. Same as, let's see how this looks. No, I think I prefer this leather here. No, actually, I think I'm gonna use the same fabric for that. So that bed is done. We can do now this area here, but now I notice that there is some white in here that I don't want to have. So if you click this, just hide that panel, and there is some white there. So I'm gonna just copy and paste. Then unhide that. No, but because it has some reflections, I mean the roughness, I think I'm going to go with that PVC with the fabrics, plastics. Well, it has even more, so no, I think I'm not gonna. But let's try. Yeah, it has. There is some. Don't know if you can see it there, but there is some reflection going on there. So for walls, gonna duplicate these and then call this black. Drag that in, and then tint variation 0, saturation 0. I don't need a roughness map, so I can just drag these to 0.8. Saturation. Let's see this. So where is this? Ah, there you go. I don't even think I need a texture map for that. So let's see how that looks with my vegetation. I just brought that in without noticing. By the way, all the furniture that you have just added, just create another folder called furniture. Furniture, and then move into static meshes. Just to keep things clean and organized. Okay, now that's done there. Let's see if select this, hide, and yeah, that's excuse me, that's all done there. It's good. This is now really dark at the minute, so we kind sort that afterwards. So this area is done. Now let's do the office. Okay, furniture. There is a desk here. I think I'm gonna just rotate that and then bring my chair, which is this one, the other way. Okay, for this, maybe I can add a table there or side table. And where else do I need here? I think I don't need anything else. Let's see, some woods for this. Yeah, looking nice. For the top, I think I'm gonna use this, like a stone. Something along those lines. And for the base, the metal. Or the plastic, I think I'm gonna use a plastic one. No, I think metal looks better. For the chair, again, we can double click if you want that way. I think this one has like a chrome type of metal on this for the structure, so oops, chrome. Let's bring this a little bit down, and then roughness all the way down, maybe 0. Yeah, that type of, I don't know if you can see there, like with a nice refraction, maybe 0.7 will do the trick. Actually, I'm quite liking that in white, so I'm going to get the leather that I use for the breakfast tool. You can use the same lever. And for black, I can use plastic. And then bring that in. By the way, if you got two monitors, you can always drag this to another monitor and work with it. So it's easier that way. But because I'm just recording from on the same monitor, I'm just working a little bit like that. For this, I think I'm going to go with a let's see how that looks there. Let's see in metal. See, it's doesn't look too bad. Maybe I prefer in wood actually, just to give a little bit of contrast to it. Okay, now with that done, we can go into our master bedroom and do the furniture for this bit here. Actually, here I'm gonna use a stone. So I'm gonna use that Verde Alpi. But I need to then duplicate this. Or actually, let's do a stone here. Do I have any stone here? No. Let's do stones. Set color to green and then go to develop, duplicate one of these. Stone, marble, verde. Is it that? Yeah, is that how it called? Stones there. Save all. Now I can go into that stone. Just default that. Then I'm gonna use a texture map. I'm going to look for that here. That is there, and I'm going to use the roughness that is there actually. Okay, now let's bring that into our what's it called, our sideboard. It's sort of like a sideboard or cabinet. I'm going to increase the size of that. Maybe too much, maybe 2.8. Yeah, that will do. So in the content browser to the furniture bit, I'm going to select my master bedroom bed. So it's MB, the base, and the headboard. And I'm going to place that there. Rotate that 90 degrees and then place. You might be wondering, why do I just not do this in Blender or any other software? And it depends on if the client gives you this already placed, just use that. But I prefer to have it this way because I can just manipulate the pivot point on where the meshes is. If I, for example, want to modify this, I need to go here or just to right click and then select and set pivot offset here, and then that's when I can move that. It depends case by case, but you got two options to work with. So for this, let me see if it's not going all the way there. Okay. So for the headboard, I'm going to get the leather. Let's duplicate this leather and then call it headboard. And actually it looks quite nice. Might even just take a little bit of the saturation there. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. For the base, let's see if it works well. No. I think I'm gonna use the let's use the headboard that we use for the leather that you use for the headboard and the guest bedroom. Or let me see. The fabrics, the bedding, we can just drop that in. Now that I'm seeing with this white, I think it's too much white in there. So let's bring that in, down. 2.5. Maybe it's increased now. 0.5 and then 0.5. That one, no. Sorry, I'm just messing around with the fall off of this fabric. Let's see what gives me the best sort of bedding fabric. I'm going to set the contrast a little bit down. 0.5. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. And I think I'm gonna change this to knotted fabric. Maybe I'm going to go back to this leather here. Okay, now we can add the bedside tables on the master bedroom. So this there. Let's place one here. It's a little bit inside, and then just let's make it more wall mounted. And the same this side. Right, I think got something now, and then I'm gonna use the same wood as that. So, oops, this is my content browser too. I'm gonna need it. Let's do a just so it's apply to it. And then the stones, that green there. Okay, I think I'm happy with it. We can always tweak, or you can always change the color to whatever you like, but I think for that it's enough. Oh, there is another chair going there. It's one of those here. Let's just 130 degrees. And this 130. Maybe move out a little bit, maybe just 5 degrees. And maybe I move this to this side, the bed. Oops. I think I'm gonna get rid of that and then leave just the chair. Let's see. It's quite tight, the space there, but I think it's gonna work fine. Let's see if we can squeeze this here. No, too much. Let's bring back that there, and then we can go for a... The fabric is going to be a black leather, so go into... Oh, again, I just mess up my content browser. Leather, let's duplicate one of those. Leather lounge chair. And then do it like in black. .06. 0.04, just to make it really dark. And for the wood, I think I'm gonna use the same wood, although you can always look for another one here. I mean, maybe there is a walnut that we can use. Let's see. So it's walnut veneer. I think this walnut veneer is gonna look good on it. Just add that in and then let's see how it looks. Okay, I might need to rotate this to 90 degrees. Oh no, I forgot that they use this. The rotation angle is through a coefficient, so it's 0 to 1. Four and 4. And roughness, let's do that's too much. 0.7 there. Okay, for the metal, I think I'm gonna use black metal for that chair. By the way, this is like a Eames chair, I think it's called. Let's do. Oh no, I think does it use No, I think it uses a black metal. And wood 2, I think we can just copy and paste this. So remember, it's just hold shift and then right click and then right click and then shift and left click. And for metal 2, I think, does it use? Yeah. Got a nice chair there. Right, I think we're done with all the furniture pieces. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, there is some side tables here that I forgot to add. So let's do this here. And let's do this here. Let's open one and then go for Megascans surface, the Arabescato marble. See how that looks? Yeah, that looks really cool. And then go and select a metal. Oops, I should have left that open. Select a metal here. Where is it? My metals. And I think a brass will look good too. So that's it. And I think there is another one. So furniture, I've got this chair here. This lounger, so we can just bring that in to here. Maybe 3 of them or 4. I think I use 3. And the fabric, I'm going to use one of those fabrics that we already created. Simple armchair things. Is it too wide? It might be too wide. Let's see this. Yeah, that's good. And the metal black. And PVC, like the plastic for the base. That there. Okay, cool. We got all the furniture done. Now we can go into lighting. So meshes. There's this lighting here that we didn't create a folder for it. So meshes, new folder, lighting. Set color to static mesh type of thing. Then import, grab all your lighting. It's not too many, so we are fine with that. So this is for the dining. So if you just drag and place it something in here, it's going to snap. Unreal is going to snap into this other mesh, which is really nice to do that. So 90 there. You can always look for where this is positioned. So this is positioned on -83. Copy that and then pick that. So it's center with the table, or at least it looks like. And 15. Yeah, I think it looks center, yeah. So for this, well, by the way, we can just bring this to as well for our dining, our living room. And yeah, that's it for this. So let's open our lighting or work in here. Either way, so black, gonna use plastic for that. And then there's a metal there, so I think I'm gonna use black as well. And this is a stone, so I'm glad I created this because we're going to create a stone that has some lighting in it, some emissive material. So stone, marble, pendant. I'm going to show you how to do that with the materials that are on the template. Just go into this rabascato, just replace this to that. And to this as well, roughness. And now I'm going to maybe tile this a little bit more. And then in here where it says emissive, you can just enable that. And then I can use a emissive mask if I want. Or I can use the use color, use emissive, use base color as mask, which is going to pick this base color. So we can just go into a little bit like orange like that. No, just trying to emulate what is like the temperature of the lighting. So let's decrease that to 1.5 maybe, 1.2, sorry, 0.3. Okay, doesn't look bad. Maybe 0.2. It's fine. Now for this, there's a glass here, so I'm going to go into glass. Let's go to the furniture one, duplicate that, and then glass lighting. No, I don't like that glass there as it is, so I'm going to make it lighter. Maybe something along those lines, and I'm going to enable realistic glass. 1.5. No, that's 1. So I do two-sided, so in here is this, no, this blend, this one here, two-sided. Yeah, I think it looks all right. And let's see how this looks in this one here. Sorry, this one here. Yeah, maybe a little bit white, so not that much blue in it. And the opacity, let's change that to 0.3, or if you change to 1 is no opacity, 0.5 is middle. Okay, that looks about right. Let's see how our FPS are doing. That good, but it's like I said before, some furniture it's worth. I mean, for example, this one I should enable Nanai for this. So it's going to take a little bit, and yeah, it's much better. So the furniture that has more than 50,000, yeah, for this one, enable and apply changes. Because, don't know if you know, but Nanite has also an effect, affects performance. So if everything is Nanite, I think it's going to be overkill. And I think it's worth it when it's above 50,000 triangles. So that's when it's really helpful. So this one, for example, yeah, it's much better that way. The chair, let's see how. It's not too bad, so I can leave that. The bed probably got, yeah, for example, this one, I should enable Nanite. Has 1 million triangles. So they always take a little bit of time, and after we set up the lighting, we can do the accessories and then bring our vegetation and tweak our lighting. So for this bed as well, if I look for it and then Nanite, so by the way, you can always hover here and check what the statistics are for your meshes. And like I was saying, yeah, we can do, after we finish the lighting, we can do the accessories, and then we can do the tweaking the lighting and the color, and then placing the cameras, setting the cinematics, and we are ready to go. And this one doesn't need that. Already has. Yeah, okay, no. I think that's good for now. Let's open this so I don't need to select them both. Copy, paste. For the metal, I'm going to use a brass again. Let's see how that looks there. Yeah, it looks so alright. And for the shade, or the stone in this case, I'm going to use, let's see, the emissive, this emissive material here, so that we created for the ones in the bathrooms. So it's that there. I think I'm gonna duplicate that and create another one so I can just change the intensity and maybe a little bit of the color. So maybe a little bit like that, and 0.2. Yeah, it looks better that way. I think, don't know if there is a mask here that I can use with that. Let's see. Can I use an emissive mask and see how this looks? So go select your mask here. Basically it's a rectangle. Let's see. Doesn't do much on that. No, I think this is not the best one to use. Let's do waterline texture and see. Or maybe I invert there. No, that mask doesn't work well for this mesh. So let's see if I can show you what I was trying to do. So let's bring one of those here. Search for this. And see if I can see the effect here. Oh, it's using base colors. No, right. That was it. I was telling to use the base color, the texture base color as a mask. So not in this case. I'm gonna reduce this to 0.5. .2. And where is my No, I think this mask doesn't work well in this case. It needs to be more like black and on white, but I just wanted to do like a fallout on this lamp, but not gonna work with this particular one. So let's leave it like that for the minute. And when we do a shade, like a lamp with a shade in the future, I'll teach you how to do this with another type of mask. Right, so let's save all. Got that done there. Now we can look for, this is the desk and this is for the GB guest bedroom. Let's open it, and then glass. I'm going to use the same emissive shade. Let's see how this looks here. Again, too much. I think that sounds about right. For this metal, let's see what looks better here. Let's resize this. Let's try bronze first. And brass. Yeah, brass is not bad. And stone, I think I'm just gonna use black metal that for the base. Yeah, all good in that aspect there. And I can just bring another one of those lamp desks for this. And set this to brass. And the glass, I think I'm gonna use the emissive shade, this one. So it's pointing this there. Right. What else? Oh, there is another one here. Of course, I forgot. I can add that there and there. Let's open it. First one looks, this one looks brass. And for this, I'm gonna use metal black as well. It looks cool that way. So as you can see, we're not using that much material, but we can just always modify them, add roughness textures and things like that. It depends on what you like. I think I'm not that happy with this. So I'm gonna point 0.5. And the roughness, I'm gonna just, yes. Okay. Right, now it's accessories time, and we are almost done with the interiors. So there is a rug here that I can just bring in there. Just place it. We can do 15, like everything else is aligned. I'm gonna bring this tiny bit here and maybe inside a little bit. And inside. Let's see if a human can walk in that space. I think, yeah. Actually, it seems like these are armchairs. I think they are Italian, so they're always like a low. But actually, we need to bring them up a little bit because we added that rug there. So select all of the things. This is a good exercise for you to select things and then move them all together. Let's move this tiny bit to that point there, which is 0.64, about that. I didn't move this one, or it didn't move properly. I think the rug is 1 centimeter thick, so I'm gonna use that then. This one, and for this one as well. And move this up a tiny bit. Okay. Yeah, got something there. It's looking good. Let's see how it looks with our vegetation. And I just going to move this into our furniture folder, which is all the way up here. Let's close this, and the lighting, I'm going to create a new folder called lighting. And that goes into static meshes. So we need to do some work in here with the post-process volume, but as you can see, let's just bring this up. It's starting to look really cool. Just need to bring some lighting in there, maybe some spotlight. And the accessories are gonna just finish the space up. Let's see how it looks from outside. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it. We're going to work on this. Then finish the accessories up. So this fabric, I'm going to use let's go a fabric here. Let's see a simple one, how it looks. Now I think I'm going to duplicate this, create a simple fabric or rug. Let's call this rug. And then make it a little bit beige, I think. Like Actually, this is quite beige already, so we can just change that. Tiling, what's it for? Let's increase the brightness a little bit. Okay, let's just move those values around until you get like a beige rug, something like that. It seems like there is a hint of green there. So let's do this the way to saturation, bring more. Then we can do that a fuzz, also a little bit of cream there. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I can be happy with that. All right, now let's go back to accessories. Is there any accessories here? Yeah, some cushions that we can just drag and drop there. Just place them there, and then this one maybe I just gonna need to move it down a little bit there so it doesn't overlap too much. This one as well, I'm gonna just drop that in and add another cushion. There. Drop that in as well. Let's see how it looks from this angle. I need to put it there like that. This one. Select these two and then move them together. And now we can just select the leather one and then look for the sofa. And for these two as well. I think I moved them up without noticing, so just place them about there and then just bring this up. Just try that it's not overlapping too much with the other. For example, in this case, it's just that breaks realism. So we want to make sure that people doubt themselves when they see a render done by us. So I think that's gonna do the trick. For this, should we add a cushion there? Yeah, why not? We can add a small cushion there and here. And we can change the color to something more interesting. So let's look at that. Go into fabrics. Let's duplicate one of those, the simple one. Let's go this simple. Maybe we can do something like a velvet, and then cushion, and apply this to this too. So I want to increase the tiling of those to 8 maybe. And then I want to do, let's see how this looks in 3, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, no. 0.5, 0.5. Say it's a little bit more like velvet. Let's see, it's 3 and 3. 3 and 3. See how it looks in sort of like a bluish color. That's maybe too dark, maybe too blue. Actually, I quite like that pipe in there in white, so it looks quite elegant. So let's do a tiny bit like that. Or like, let's see, 0, 0. And then bring down this value here, the saturation. Or now maybe up. Let's see. Okay, let's do this here. 1. Then maybe 2. So let's do this on lit and see how this affects the. So we want a little bit of that, and then a fall of the. Now this is looking more like silk than velvet. So let's keep tweaking this. I think this value is 3 and 3 or 1.5 was fine. And let's just do yeah, it doesn't look too bad. That we can always bring mask, and I can do that afterwards when we tweak things out. But it's just so we don't spend too much time just in one fabric. I'm going to this here and this one here. Cool. Let me just hide this and see everything is black. It is. Okay, now we can keep doing this. We got some magazines here that we can add. I can add one of those, place them on top of it. The rug is already done. This is a throw. Can use this. Then we can placing there. Maybe something about that. Let's see how this set this. Maybe I need to move them to the center. Then offset a little bit. Let's pick a fabric for that. Let's do a... Now. This is going to... No, actually, you know what? I think I prefer without the throw. Just to keep it minimalistic. So for that, there we can use the magazine ones. This is it Vogue? So let's create a material for our accessories for the magazines and stuff like that. So MI accessories. Magazines. Then create a new folder here called accessories. Set color to dark green, and then develop, then move into accessories. Open that up, then use a texture map, and let's see, where is that? Accessories, and got the Vogue magazines here. Okay, roughness, I think we can just put it like 1.1 maybe. And see how this looks in it. Yeah, perfect. We just need to rotate this, maybe to this side there. And add another one to this. So let's duplicate. Yeah, magazines 1, it's fine. And then change these to January. Add some magazines there. Let's see what else do we have. Got curtains, we got the sunshade. So I can do the sunshade in here. That way. Maybe it makes more sense to have one open, but I don't have that one in here, so I think I'm just gonna use this one. So fabrics, go into fabrics again. I'm gonna use the bedding one. Same for both. Metal, so black metal. For black, I'm gonna use PVC. Yeah, and stone, I think. Let's see, what do we have here? No, I don't think marble is a good one for that, so let's keep looking. This one, let's see how that looks. Excuse me. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right there. We can bring more of these magazines here to the Let's bring, I don't know, two or three. We can bring a book here. And add some accessories here and there. So back to our accessories material. So I can add just, let's create another one just so it's not duplicated. And we got the materials for it. So go place that up, and this one, yeah, we can use that one again. Something like that. Maybe if we rotate them, makes more sense. And this is a book that we can just duplicate one of those. Accessories and book. So let's add that in. It's not matching because it's not the same texture. So let's go to accessories textures, and I think I'm gonna use, is this a, no, I think these are this. Yeah, these are like architecture books. Let's add another one on top of it. And then select another material, duplicate that, and then let's use this one. I don't know, Albert Fry can be that. Yeah. Okay, now we can just split this, and you can bring more accessories to these things, like what's it called, an artwork. It's just metal, and it's gonna be black. Or let's see the color, see where, oh, that is the main picture. So okay, that's gonna help us distinguish what is a picture and what is not. So for this, I'm going to use, yeah, maybe it's too big. So let's see this. Yeah, much better. Okay, now I can just keep adding stuff to my walls and to my rooms. So I can add the curtains, which are not two-sided. So I think I'm gonna need a material that is two-sided to make it work. Okay, now let's do that fabric then. So what I'm gonna pick one of those cloth curtains, and let's apply that to my curtains here. So I'm going to go down here and enable these two-sided. So we got some curtains there, but there is nothing coming through. There is no light, which is not that realistic unless it's like really I mean, even if it's a blackout, you always have some light coming in. So I think I'm going to change this to translucent, the blend mode, and then two-sided foliage. Let's see how that looks. And let's see if I can move. Yes. Okay. Now there are some nasty stuff happening there. So let's find out what we can do to solve them. Let's do. Okay, maybe. Let's see if I use a map or opacity mask. Because this is not looking good in this way. Let's see with this. Okay, let's do opacity mask for this. See if this is gonna come handy. Or let's change this to, can I change this to opaque? Definitely is better this way. And I got some light coming in, so it's the translucent didn't work for me. Let's see if there's some shading issues when I rotate. No, it doesn't seem to be affecting much. But at least I got some light coming in. So let's see, 0.5, 0.1, 0.5, 0.8, 0.8. See that works fine. Something I can try as well is if it's subsurface. And let's see if that does anything. Let's see how it moves there. Now I prefer to use two-sided foliage for that. So on the outside is like a normal curtain, but inside I can see some light coming in, which is good. Let's see that there. Let's create another one for this side. Let's take out the vegetation so we can see more. Okay, now I know where I am. I can move my chair here, here. We can even invert this to minus. Oops, no. Oh, of course. It's locked here. So if you unlock that, and then just click minus. You got like inverting that the position of that curtain there. Let's see if I can add more here. So you can see there is some, there is some light coming in, which is good. If we didn't have this, if it was like that, nothing was coming inside. So it depends what you like, and I've done many testings on this, and I think this two-side foliage is the best one for this case. Now, let's see if this is heavy. And let's see how it works with Nanite. Does it create any shadings error? No, it's working fine. Yeah, so I think I'm happy with it. I might just change the opacity a tiny bit. Go down here, 0.5. And the color, I might just do a variation there. Maybe some other color. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it. For the minute, at least. Maybe 1.5 here. 2. Nah, 1.2. See how it looks outside. Yeah, I think I prefer something more like off-white. There. Okay, now let's bring more of this. I think I'm gonna use the same fabric for all my areas. And bring another one to this room here. Maybe just take this invert out. So the curtains always help to decorate the space. And I just realized that there is some offset there. You see there is a gap there? Now we can just go to here and modeling. Go to modeling and then I think select is mesh, triangle, edit. So we can go like this, or maybe this side is better, and select all of these points and then move that here, just so it's there. It didn't affect the glass, so it's click accept and that's it. You got that sorted. Instead of going back to your modeling software and try and do it again. Let's just change the size of that. Okay. And should we do one for our study? Just drag and drop one here. Okay, now move this here, move this down there. Does it need one there? Okay, it's okay. Let's save that, and I think we can now start working on. Yeah, let's finish the walls with some artwork, and then we can jump into the outside and finish off the project with. I mean, we also need to do the swimming pool, but just decorate the outside and get this project done for rendering. So let's finish what the accessories are, and I think it's just the some artwork here and there that we can just add in there. Maybe increase the size of it. I think it was supposed to be a TV here. Or actually, I think I'm going to use a shape, one of those. One cube, then I can just bring that in and resize that accordingly. Let's just place it somewhere along those lines there. And let's make it bigger. A tiny bit bigger there. I think even something like that. I think it works fine. Now we can go into materials. I'm going to go with wool. So duplicate wool, then artwork 1 maybe. Add that to that mesh, and then on the texture side, let's see what artwork I should pick. Oops. I think I'm gonna pick this one here. Okay, so that is placed. I can just put this back to 1, 1, 1. I don't think I need any normal, or yeah, let's leave it there. Now let's see if I can just modify this with the word align texture. Now that's on the X. I need it on my Y. On my Z. Let's see. Now I think I'm gonna use just this, the normal one, and then leave it like that. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I'm just gonna make that. Don't want any tint variation to it. Let's see contrast. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Might be nicer to have some border here, but just for this exercise, I'm gonna leave it like that, just so we don't spend too much time on it. So we can duplicate one of those. I can even bring to on the side. 90. Something around there, maybe a little bit bigger. So what we can do for this. Okay, let's go back into, let's open a new folder, a new content browser for this. So get it here, duplicate that. And let's do, let's do maybe this one. And for that, just going to duplicate and create another one. Now let's see what textures do we have, if there is anything else like abstract. It is, so let's use that. For this side, I'm going to use, I think these two artworks should be fine. Actually, we can duplicate both of them, so click, Control, then press Alt and drag. Okay, now let's do this, duplicate, and then bring another one, maybe some like this. And for the other one, the other artwork I found. This one here. And maybe we can just put this back to 1. Okay, in here we don't need anything. We might need some here and here. So let's just bring that in. And actually we need to do this one as well. So let's increase the size of it. And then for this one, I think I'm gonna do one of those. Just simpler. Let's duplicate that. Grab to that. Then one of those ladies here. We can offset this so it just goes down a little bit there. Yeah, now let's bring more to the other side, to the bedroom. I think I can have just one there and another one there. So Alt, duplicate, move that in. Let's center this a little bit with the wall. That one seems center. Duplicate another artwork. Let's duplicate 2. Make it 2. That. Oh, I lost my textures thing. So for this, I think I'm going to go one of those. Add this one. And for this one, I'm gonna choose the other one. Oh, I already picked one of those here, but does it matter? Maybe. I'm gonna pick another artwork. Let's see. Yeah, maybe like that. And I'm going to bring some of this as well to here. Let's bring that there. Another one to this side. Okay, for this I think I'm gonna use the magazines one. I'm gonna show you how to increase the tiling artwork arc. So this one is gonna be the first one, and from this one I'm gonna do the rest of them. So this one is positioning it like that, and I want to make this bigger, so 0.3, 0.3. Let's offset this to find it out. And almost there. I think that looks all right. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. Okay, now we can just duplicate this and work from the same principle. For this one, just duplicate that and duplicate this again 90 degrees. Just place somewhere here and here, and then I want one of those here. Just center with the wall. Right, now duplicate this 3 more times. So this one is 1. And I think I can just go inside here and pick one of those. One of those here. Which one? Now something more natural for that. Maybe maybe this. No. Maybe something like that. And another one. Just like our final one. Open it. And then pick a, that's already there. I think I like that. Maybe that one there looks nice. So we can save all. And I think we're done with the artworks here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna add anything else to that. Let's see if there is any accessories missing. Nope. I've got all accessories done, so we can, I think we can tweak things up. And let's do the landscape first. Let's finish the landscape and do the swimming pool. And then we can just finish off the lighting and all the other stuff. So another thing I'm going to do is just get my accessories here. And all these cubes as well. So did I create a folder called accessories? No, not yet. So new folder, accessories. Just pick this and then move that into static meshes. Right, let's see our vegetation. I think I need to do like a pond here and then my swimming pool. So we can go into Quixel bridge, look for, I think it's swimming pool. Yeah, I think this one will do. Let's bring, should we bring high quality? That's 4K. Yeah, let's do that. We can also use this alpi. See how it looks, these alpi. Was this marble here. Looks alright, but for a swimming pool, I'm not convinced. So I'm gonna stick with the one from this one here. So swimming pool, pick this material and just drop that in. Let's increase the tiling to 2. Maybe it's too much, maybe 1.5. It's a little bit annoying that there is some tiling there, but let's see the other one if it's noticeable. So this one is less noticeable than this, and I think it's because of the color. So let's see if I can just maybe take out the contrast a little bit. No, wouldn't do it for me. What about if I pick this and I change the tint to something more bluish? Yeah, I think that is what I'm going to, well, it's also picking this bit here, which I'm not that convinced. Well, let's add a water to it and then see if we can get around that. 4, see how it's even worse. So grab a plane, then drag the name, drag that there. Let's just resize this to fit the swimming pool. It needs more. Let's go up. And then increase this side. Okay, I just need to drag that to this level, maybe to where this starts. By the way, we can also use the same stone like we use here. And yeah, it's fine that way. Okay, if we go into our materials, instances, and then we got water, we can add, there you go. So this is for the swimming pool, and I think it works fine. If you want to change, I mean, the colors and the fade distance, the strain of the ripple, you can do that. But I found that these values work really well. The refraction index as well, the opacity. Yeah, so as it is, like this material is like just the swimming pool. I just created this material specifically for swimming pools, so it works out of the box. Just increase that there. Just increase a little bit, so it's move. So it's covering everywhere. I'm still not convinced with this, so maybe I should change to this. Which doesn't look bad as well. But I'm going to duplicate and change the albedo tint to maybe something about there. Let's see. Maybe not that much, so let's bring the saturation down. And this down to... Now this stays the same. Okay, that swimming pool is done. Now we can just decorate some of this stuff. And with my vegetation selected, actually this is going to landscape, this plane here. Let's call this swimming pool plane, just so we know what is this about. Okay, and I'm going to speed up the video because I'm going to just pick some stones and I'm going to let you know what did I pick. So it's just so you know which one I picked and which one we are going to use. So I have downloaded everything that I need and I just brought some other props that I want to add to the project, such like wooden bench, wooden table, orange, red apple, green pear, mango, this bread, this bowl, and this all these cutting boards, things like I want to add to the project just so to make it look a little bit prettier on the interior side and on the exterior. This is for the exterior. So I've downloaded some small beach rocks. You can download as well. Some wooden log as well. This is sandstone rock, another small beach rock, beach rock, beach rock, beach rock. This is a tundra boulder, a small beach rock, and some mossy sandstone and Nordic rock, and a tundra boulder. And also I got this mossy embankment, this Nordic forest ledge, dirt root median, and this forest terrain. So let's, there's a couple of more here, like mossy forest boulder, tundra boulder, and this one as well. So I'm gonna select all of them and I'm gonna add them into my project. And then we can just migrate all this project to another new project, just so we can make it a little bit cleaner with all the vegetation we don't particularly need. So I'm gonna add all of this thing, yeah. And it's gonna take a while, so I'm just gonna skip. So with that downloaded, now I've got all the assets here. So with that added to my project, now I can go into, I think I'm going to start with the Nordic rock here. Let's see how that opens. I think there are too many textures that are 8K, which I'm not gonna need. So I think I'm gonna select all of them and then look for 8K. Just to filter that up. So all these textures here are 8K. So let's just select them. I think it's overkill for what we're gonna use. So with all selected, I'm just gonna go and click right click and then edit selection in property matrix. So with all of them, I'm going to go into texture, not this, just on level of details. Is it in here? No, not adjustment. Compression maybe, yeah, maximum texture size. So I think I can go down to 248. Let's see how that looks. And I'm just gonna skip this again because this is going to take a while, just until it process all these images. And the thing is, 8K, it's going to take a lot of our memory, and we already got a lot of vegetation and things and textures that are really heavy. So we're gonna start having these errors like there is not enough memory or we need to increase the texture pool streaming size to 2048, or we just need to change the texture size on these rocks and asset. So I think for this particular video, I think 2048 it's good enough. If you got a smaller project, you can use the 8K one. So let's jump into when this is done. Okay, with that done, we can just go back, we can close this, we can just clear this, and I can go back and select a rock, for example. Let's bring that in. Yes, I mean, you need to be really close to see any difference. But from here, you can, yeah, we can work with that. I'm just realizing that there is some issues here. It's just the displacement is going above, but let's just save all first and then work on that. Okay, so after saving this, I can just go back to where I was. So I'm gonna use one of those Tundra. Let's see how that looks. So the idea here is just to create some sort of like a garden scene or something to relax. Okay, let's me add. No, I don't like this one. Let's see if this one shows up. Yeah. Let's move that a little bit to that side. Maybe open this. Maybe here and resize this a little bit there. Let's see, something like that. Okay. I'm going to just, I think I haven't checked my FPS. Just gonna turn my sun off just to get a little bit of fluency. So now you can see it's like almost 80 FPS, 75. It's much better to work like that. I'm gonna get my post-process volume and increase to 4, maybe 3. So I can see more clearly where things are. So for that, I think it's good. Let us finish this pond here. I think I downloaded some, it was the sandstone. Mosey, I think it was Mosey and Barkman. Was this? No. Let me just check again my Quixel bridge. I think Mosey sandstone. Mosey sandstone. This one here. Just place it somewhere there. Duplicate and maybe bring this up. And something about that. And we can, let's create a plane. Let's have another plane here. Let's reduce the size of it. And increase this way. And put it, I think less. About there. On my swimming pool, I'm gonna look for this and I'm going to duplicate that. This can be like a small pond, I think. And we can add that to that. And change the color to something more gray, brownish, darker maybe. So we got a small pond there. And we can just decorate this with some foliage. So let's go to foliage and look for our small beach rock. Let's do that one. Yeah, it's there. I mean, we can select all of this and then look for the static mesh. So remember the color that we use on the folder? Well, that is what we want to look for. So they are all selected. Let's see how that pans out. Okay. I'm just going to hide this and see if I can paint this a little bit better. Just bring some rocks here and there. It's to like single. Oops, not that what I wanted, so better like painting. Okay, now I think I'm happy with this, but I'm going to just bring some here and then resize them. Something like just to cut that that transition there. Don't like that. There, one of those here just to cut that off. One here, let's resize that. Another there. Just placing random rocks there, so just to, like I said, just to hide these things up. And we can rotate this as well, so it doesn't look extremely like the same. This has in place already. Okay, now let's bring another one here. This one maybe I should rotate it like that. And another one, I think here. Good look. Although this one looks like, oh, this is a bread. Jesus. Now I just realized that I put bread on the pond, so let's just undo that. This and raise all the bread. Yeah, I think I got rid of all of them. This one has just placed myself, so let's delete that. Okay, Okay, let's add another one there. Another one here. Okay, let's see with the pond, see how that looks. It looks better. I might even paint a little bit more on that. So let's bear with me. Let's go back to foliage. We can delete this one, not gonna need that in here. Select all the rocks that we got already and paint. Just paint here and there. So let's see. Yeah, got a little swamp there. We can increase the size of that, or we can add more of a duplicate of this and just turn it that way. Rotate that, and you get an idea. We can even modify the opacity, so we go more like that. Let's see. And then we can even put some fishes there, but not for this video. I think I'm gonna do a more advanced version for that type of thing. Let's just pull it up and there. We can even, make this ripple string bigger. And the phase distance is to like 2. Just so it's go there. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Okay, we got our pond there, we got our rocks there. I'm gonna place, it was this wood bench. Now I think I'm gonna use another one here, this one. Something like that, and then I can even have a small rock there. Let's see what else we got. Let's see how this looks here. I think this is too big for that. Okay, I might even paint that to white. So let's see how that looks. I'm gonna get a wood, duplicate this one, and then oak white. Let's see, it's not changing for some reason. It's still loading. Maybe I just need to save all, and then, well, that's weird. So it works like with this one, but not with this one. Okay, let's see. Because if it's enabled on nanite, yeah, it is. So, well, I'm gonna close and open the project again just to make sure that is working. It doesn't make sense that it's not working, but maybe I just need to restart the project and then place that again. So let's just modify this. I'm gonna just bring this down. I think it was 0.5. It was 0.5, yeah. 0.08. Okay, that's working fine. Let's save, and this might take a little bit. So after saving, and it took a while, and even it crashed, I think there was some issues here when I was trying to add this one to this bench. Now it's working, but I think it was, if I go to inside any of them, it has the same master material. I look for nanite. This one here, I think for some reason wasn't working, or I think it had like a little bug. Probably, I mean, this happened to me like not many times. A long time ago, I think it was in version 5.2 that it crashed like that, but I don't know why it did this to me in this one. It has been just, I think, a bug. It doesn't happen that often, but yeah, if that happens to you, go into the master material and then untick this one and then save, and that should be working fine now. So now I can go here, and then I can just, let's see, let's rotate this 90 degrees. I might even use waterline texture for that. Yeah, it's not too bad. I can even increase the size of it to 500. No, maybe it's too much. Say it's 300. That's more, I like it. And then the contrast, I'm just gonna go down this way. And let's see if it saves properly. Yes, it does. It doesn't crash anymore. So I was looking at this, and let's see, this one was crashing as well, so I don't know why. When I changed this value to 0.5, let's see if it crashed. No, everything is working fine now. So it probably was a bug there when applying to nanite meshes. So it was this case, that case. I even try on the bed and see if it was happened that, but it was happened. So I think it was a bug on my end. So now we can just, let's see what we can do here. I think we can add should we add a bench there? I think we can add a bench here. So let's go into foliage. Let's pick, whoops, sorry. Let's pick all of them and then erase, and I'm going to erase some of this. And I think this is standalone, so I can bring one of those benches as well and place one there. Why was this one? I think I preferred this. Let's resize this a little bit. And now I can paint my vegetation on top of it. Let's see, I think I don't like much this. Well, let's see. Let's paint some foliage there. Let's untick all of that. By the way, you can always drag this in and have it, I mean, if you want a bigger size, just so you can see more of what's happening there. I don't know if I can, no, I can't resize that. So let's add some flowers there. Let's see how that pans out. Not on top of that, so some palms there. Let's do one of those. Let's see. Yeah, something along those lines. Okay, one more there. Let's see. Can add more here. Let's look for a palm. Let's see this one. Yeah, maybe too much. So erase. Yeah, I think it's a nice place to relax. So I'm just gonna put this back in. And I'm going to save my level. Okay, with that done, let's see. Let's increase now the post-process volume, the exposure. So I'm gonna go 5 maybe, just so I can see more in what's happening there. Okay, for this side, I think we got pretty much everything. Maybe if you want to fill these up a little bit, but for the purpose of this video, I don't think I'm, let's see this. No, I don't think I'm gonna need to do that. Yeah, so it's looking good as it is now. Okay, this area here, I want to bring some ground. So let's look into what we download. So forest terrain, let's see how that looks there. Can even increase the size of it a little bit. Okay, let's see if there is more terrain. I forgot what I downloaded, so let's look at what is in the place. At this one, most in Nordic Forest Edge, and okay. Okay, let's drag one of those and then increase the size. Like that. And we can duplicate this and bring something around here. Just make sure that it doesn't show those nasty spaces there. Let's just bring this down a little bit. Okay, let's rotate this one a little bit that way. And I think I got another one. So Nordic, it's not Nordic, so Forest Edge. So Forest Edge. Yeah, I think I can't kind of find it here, but let's see. So it's that one. Okay. Let's bring another one there. Let's just resize this. Bring it down, maybe rotate a tiny bit. Just reduce the size of that, just so it blends with the terrain a little bit more. We can rotate this one the other way, then bring her out. Maybe that way, and bring this tiny bit up. Yeah, well, I like this one as well, so let's keep adding another one and just bring another one to the other side here. Increase the size a little bit more and another one up there. Okay, that's, yeah, looking way better. Now we can add some more vegetation to it. This is all the PCG, but I'm going to use my foliage just so I can get more control on the palms. Let's add this one. This one. Let's see how. So just feel some of the space that wasn't filled by the PCG. Okay. Mix that there. Something here. Looks good in there. Not that one, not this one. It's going to go inside my building. I don't want that. Let's see if it's showing up here. No, which is fine. Okay, I think we can put some there, some here, and in there as well. Yeah, looks all right. This one is a giant one. So let's see. .5. No, I think I like it was. Again, when I did Control Z, it just created that that duplicate in there, so I just had to do a delete and Control Z again. So let's see if I can get rid of that tree. No. Yeah, and add a mossy ground just so I'm gonna get rid of that. It's easier to do it this way. Okay, now I can bring some bench here. Where is my wooden bench? Let's just resize this. Let's bring one of those boulders there. Making things more interesting. One of those. Okay, let's resize this just to just get creative of what you want to add to this space. I mean, you can even use the small base rug and then resize them. Or place them. No, I think I don't like that one. I quite prefer the boulders. Okay, now let's do maybe resize this like that and something like that, and then press End to see if Oh, because this has been changed because of displacement. It's not going. It's not snapping when I click end. So I had to do it myself. Yeah, I think it's quite nice, this area. Might even add some trees there. Let's see if I can just add more trees. No, I think 120 maybe. 150 was. I'm going to place a tree manually. So go to Geometries, Simple Win. I can add one there. Maybe here. Yeah, I think it here looks really nice. And I think this is too clean, so I'm going to change this to maybe reduce the size of the color of it, the brightness, sorry. Okay, that is done there. And should I add another tree there? Let's see how this looks. No, I think that's too much, too big. Just to frame it nicely. Right. We're starting to get something interesting. Actually, I don't like that black there. So we can go into walls. Let's see if I can use this one. Yeah, it's much better. Right. Now let's decorate this a little bit just to make sure that it's not just the tree, it has some small vegetation around and some foliage. So let's do some rocks there, and can tick this and this. Maybe I'd add one of those. So I selected the rocks, this Samia variation 3, this one variation 2, maybe variation 1, and let's see this, maybe let this tropical, see how that looks. No, don't like that. I think it's this one here. No, I think too much with those stones. So for the stones, I'm gonna decrease the density to maybe 20. Okay. I think I'm gonna need to increase my post-process volume just so I can see, or even I can do on lead. Yeah, on lead will do. Okay. Now let's select all of them on tick. And I think I'm going to place some manually. And not for this one. Let's just around that one. Didn't look good. And then do stones again. No, I didn't like that. Let's do 100, see how. Let's do like a oh no, that is gonna make put them all together, so no. No, I'm gonna do it myself. Here, let's go to assets, like Megascans, and then small beach rocks. So no, this one, this one. Let's increase the size of it. So that is part of foliage there. Let's click on lit. I think I'm gonna fill this a little bit more with some foliage as well. Let's select all of them and then select not single pane. Right. Okay, I think I'm happy with it. I think this is looking really nice. And now we can start working on our lighting just to balance things out. And I'm going to migrate this project to, before I forget, now there's some accessories that we wanted to bring. Glad I remember that. A candle holder there. Let's just bring this up and place that in. Maybe 3 of them. Let's change this to metal, brass or bronze. Maybe to white wood, white. Just to give a little bit of contrast to our scene. So we got a cutting board. We can put something along those lines there, or even, I think, here. Let's increase this. Now, let's just use only view mode. Gonna rotate that. I can snap this to 5 degrees. And now I can use that bread that it was here, small walnut. there. I think I got a mortar. This here. And a pestle. There. Okay, now we can look into the fruit bowl and then some sculptures, and we are done with that. So the candle holder, that is done. So where is the wooden bowl? This one here, I think it's too big, maybe something like that. Then bring some fruit. Where is that? Got a mango there. I think it brought 2 of them. Just need 1 for the minute. Okay, well, maybe 2. It's not bad to have. Okay, now what else do we have? Have we got an apple, I think, or a green pea? There and there. Mango, red apple. What other fruit? Orange. Just doesn't, it doesn't overlap too much. Just let's look at that. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I think it looks nice. Maybe a coffee machine or some type of appliance there would be good, but at the minute I think we are fine with that. Yeah. So for here, I want the statues. And this one. And the one of a man. There you go. Maybe make them bigger, to be honest. And I think there is another one here. I can even have a candle holder there. It's snapping to the center of the mesh, but probably I can do a collision to that. Let's do a collision. Box collision. Save it. Then we can just drag up and then type end, and it's going to snap to the collision. So this one, 2. And I think my bed is not center with the with the artwork. So let's move this a little bit to the left. It should be, I think this is the central point. So you can see it needs some work in this area. Oh no, I didn't move this. A little bit more. How about there? Yeah. Great. We got some stuff done there, some decorations as well. We can just bring another one of those here. If you got a laptop or a computer, you can always bring one as well and put it there, but no, not for this project. So what else do we need? I think we need some leaves, some decals that we can use. But you can see that the frame per second is starting to go down because I added quite a lot of. Let's see how this looks now with the sun. Yeah, with all that vegetation is going down my frame per second. Still, I can still work with it, so it's fine. But just bear in mind, if it goes too low, you can always go to settings and then here change to high, and for example, it went all up to 60 frame per second, but I lost some details there, so just gonna go back and select alter for me, and yeah, back to it. Okay, let's save our level, do some decals, and then we can migrate this project to a cleaner one. Okay, now I just picked all of this leakage here. Just pick the ones that you think that are going to work best. This is just me trying things out and see how they work. I think I'm going to look for some leaf. Let's see how. Here. Let's see if I can get some standalone leaves. 3D. So I'm just going to keep looking for this. Let's see if I can find it. 3D plans. I'm just gonna speed the video. Okay, so I'm downloading some deadlifts and this nasturtium. See how this looks in here. So let's add all of them. Okay. I think, where is that then? Oh, so it's some 3D plans there. Okay. Yeah, it just gives a little bit more of. Sometimes I prefer to use these ones rather than using decals, because I'm gonna show you the decals. See if I can show you how that. Of course, the decals are more performant, so it's just basically a texture, but sometimes I don't like them much, especially for this. Only if I'm gonna use them like somewhere like that or here. Just add it there, and I'm gonna search this and no, not this one. So let's see, no, works here. If you go here and select all of this and then untick receive decals, it's not gonna receive any decals that you put on top of it. So for this as well, I'm gonna select all of this. See if we go. Oh, it's already done. So it's this one here that I want to change. And there is another one here that it doesn't, I think it's standalone. So this one, nope, I don't want any decal. And there, well, okay, I think it's funny. It's not. This is the landscape, so it's not this one. maybe because it's generating as it goes, maybe if like it's not on the PCG. So for this case, I think I'm not going to use on the PCG because I can't find a way to use it there. Maybe if I just resize that to, I can't find it there. So add some decals here and then I can add another one here. Like, let's see, this. Just playing with the bounding. Maybe rotate that and then add one more. Rotate the other way around. So for that, just rotate, just to avoid any repetition, just to make sure it's when you look at it, it doesn't look as it's repeating over and over again. Maybe mix with that one, this one. Reduce the size a tiny bit. And I think I got some dry palms, if I'm green leaves. Yeah, those ones here. Let's reduce this size. Okay, let's add some more right here. Just resize it. Just it gives a little bit more interesting to the more realism to the scene. So that's why we do these decals there. Where is this? What is the size of that? Ah, here you go. Duplicate that and add another one on top of that. Maybe it's too much there. Keep adding to this. I can add another one of those here because there is plenty of palms there. And resize again, just there. Is a lazy way of not affecting all of this vegetation. Right. this. I think it's too big, the normal. Can I put 0.5? Let's save our level here, just so we don't lose anything. I'm just gonna select this. Is that any? No, I think it's too many. I don't like this one here. I don't like that one there as well. So maybe I bring it here. If this is too much for that, I can add this run here and there. Let's see another one. And I think I'm going to speed up the videos just so you don't see me just doing all these changes. So see you in a bit. Okay, so back to here, just speed up the video just to show you a little bit of what I did here. I just added some lift here and there just to make it a little bit more interesting. I can even add more to this area here. It seems empty, or maybe a stone just to fill that space there. And this is all, I mean, it depends on how you want to present this, or how the landscaping is for your project. So don't worry, you don't need to do the same thing as I did. It's just a little bit of creative freedom, so you can add more stuff if you want. I was planning to add more leaves to this space here, but I think I'm not gonna do that for now. I think I'm going to bring this tiny bit up. 0.2, no, 0.6. No, it was 0.55. I think that's a good one. Yeah, so I was planning to bring some lift in here, but I think I'm gonna leave it clean. And in here, I think I'm gonna add some dead lift there. I was doing it with the painting tool, but I don't have much control on it. So things like that things that are like more delicate, or more like when you want to have some control, it's better to just place them individually and have it like that. Maybe some here as well. So the culling distance is enabled, so when we do a video, don't worry, it's not gonna affect that. Added some more vegetation there and some leaves. And now I think we can finally start working on the lighting. So let's do that. So something I forgot is to add the decals to my walls and to this area here. So let's do that. So I think it's on decals leakage, and then let's see how this pans out. Okay. Let's rotate this 90 degrees. Resize that. And resize it again. Can do that over there. Just to bring a little bit more character. Decal color, I think I can I just change it here? No. So I need to go inside the material just to change the opacity. So is it this one? Oh, the overlay, sorry. It's the opacity. 3.4. 0.5. 0.5 is a good value to start with that. So we can duplicate this same one, add it in there. Some there as well. I got lost. That. So we can repeat this one or even increase the size just to change its shapes a little bit. And this one here. We can bring another one just to make it more interesting. Rotate. Actually, I'm gonna turn off my vegetation just so we can start working on. Oh, by the way, I think I screw up here. I'm gonna get my decals to the folder decals. Decals, not deals, dec. Okay, let's go down here, wooden and tundra, small beach rock. All of these are part of vegetation. Vegetation here, Alexander palm, this one as well. These are accessories. So go all the way up. To accessories, sandstone, orange is accessories as well. Can I just move this from here, please? No, replace actor, move to, yeah. That's easier. Wooden log. This is vegetation, so move to vegetation, right click. Cat palm, this. Vegetation as well. Cutting board accessory. Dead leaves are all vegetation. This is female boss, so this is accessories. Forest terrain. This one. Vegetation, and this and this accessories. And all of this vegetation. So now I can work on reduce the amount of meshes, so I gain more FPS. And I can go select my post-process volume and then take one maybe. Okay, now I can work on this properly. So 90 degrees, 90 degrees. And let's just reduce the size of that. And then that there. So let's go back to this. Let's open the opacity and let's add a value of 0.5. Great. Or something like that. Maybe rotate this a tiny bit. So let's see how it looks with the vegetation. Yeah, it looks fine. Let's see what other do we have. We got this one here. Rotate the other way. The other way. This is the other way. Like that. is again the opacity. Let's change this to 0.4. See, yeah, it looks all right at 0.4. Bring another one here and there. So we can also do it here. Let's see how this leakage works for that. And I'm going to speed the video again just so you don't, I mean, at least you got the basics of how these work. So you just place it in areas where there is like, you think that are going to be leakage and work from there. Now finally we can focus on the lighting, but I think I'm going to migrate this project and let's create a new one. I'm going to duplicate this and call this MH Cinematics. And I'm going to save that as well, save all. And I'm gonna see if this is loading. Yeah. So I'm going to go into my basic template and call this MH. Yeah, this one is already more house, so I think MH is fine. So that is going to load and compile all the shaders. So what I'm going to do is to migrate all of these assets. So everything in here is going to that folder. So it's gonna look onto Unreal projects, then MH, content, and here. But I think I'm going to wait till this opens, just in case. Okay, on this on my content folder, I'm gonna select that, apply it all, and this is going to take a while, so I'm going just to jump after this is finished. So now with this migrator, I can go into my level here, cinematics, and then I'm going to start creating a camera. Let's see if I can just expose this to maybe 3. This is overexposed here, so maybe 2. And then I can change that with the camera itself. Don't want to open any of this. Also, I'm going to change the temperature. Let's see how this looks with warmer colors. I think about 7,000 should be fine, and I'm going to play with my film here. I could go with the contrast saturation here, but I don't use those values much, so I always play with these 2 values here for my contrast and a little bit of, so all the way down there, but all here. Okay, let's see this side. I think it looks good as it is. Actually, I forgot to say to this that they are hidden in game. So when I render them, they don't appear there. So let's create a camera. Actually, I can just tweak this a little bit more. What was this? 55 and 88. So let's see. Let's see how it looks on Path Tracer, just as a reference for us. Okay, and lumen. Yeah, it's close enough, I think. So let's create a camera around here. I think it's gonna be nice just coming in an animation like that. So go into this menu, create camera here, select camera actor. Then we're going to get here. We can also move this into a new folder called cameras. So our cameras are going to be here. DSLR, let's see this focus distance, where it sits. Sounds about right. Then I think I'm gonna use 24 for this shot. Let's do 35. No, 24. I think it's good. And you can do this. I think I'm gonna do 8 or 11. Just a wide shot. Okay, now we can play around with the exposure. So go into lens on your camera. Then select here manual. And then let's do 1.2, 1.5. 1.5 looks about right, I think. 1.4. Let's just, if you pin this here, it's gonna get your camera there. So I'm just going to play with the sun and see if I can get more detail. So 6, maybe 5, and then intensity 3.14, 1, 3.14. And maybe 2 was about right, and 0.57, 0.1. Let's see this. Yeah, I think I'm happy with it. So I got my camera here. And we can create a new folder called Cinematics. Open this and create, right click, a level sequence. Let's call this LS outdoor 1 or outdoor. So when we duplicate our camera, is going to be 2. So number 1, sorry. Then to the track, open that level sequence, and you got your camera actors here. So in order to see this in the cinematic view, we need to go here, perspective, and click the cinematic viewport. Now we go back to our camera in here, and then I like to do 3 to 4 seconds per sequence. So that would be 30 FPS. So this means that 150 divided by 30 FPS is going to be 5 seconds. So I'm gonna reduce to 90 and this to 90 as well. And then I'm going to select the transform here I'm going to add a key. So it's going to be affecting the location, rotation, and scale. I'm going to select all of them and then right click, sorry, and change to linear. Just so the movement is smooth. Okay, let's do about there. And then add another key there. Okay, so now we got an animation there already. So let's do it maybe. This needs to be not that close there, so it's just slower. So I deleted all that keys and then created a new one. And then I can add that there, yeah. Okay, that is your first animation. We can save this and then duplicate that. We can get out of here, select our camera, and then drag all. Let's pilot that. And I think movement like this. We can have a grid as a guide, so we start like around here. Let's see how that goes. We can select all of this and delete. And I'm going to add this one here, or look for camera onto 1. So the transform, again, the same thing. I change it to linear. And then to 90 is going to go about there. Just framing that nicely. Let's see how that goes. Maybe in here, one thing you can do is the frame that you like the most. For example, this one, I think I like this one at 80. You can add another transform there, delete this transform, and then drag them here. So it's going to end in that point. Okay, we can save this and create another sequence. I think I'm happy with the lighting on that, so let's see. Oh well, maybe actually maybe I might change this. I need my sphere there, so 1.5, 2. I think 2 looks nice. There, if you want to loop it, just click in there and then loop, see if you're happy with the result. 3. 1, 1.5, 1.4. Yeah, I think 1.6 it should be fine. And then we can save this. Let's see this one. Yeah, nice. Don't worry, we'll do some work on this on DaVinci Resolve, so we can make it look better. Okay, what other angle we can do? So we can duplicate this camera, duplicate this again, just because it's already set with the 30 FPS and the 3 seconds. So with this one, gonna pilot that number 2, and I think I'm going to create something like here. Or maybe like a detail to this swimming pool. I've done this shot before, so something like that. Let's see. Or maybe frame it like this. And then we frame. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. So if I go to this camera, I can set this to 0, my rotation on the y-axis, so it's perfectly aligned. And then I can add this camera here. Because it's selected, it's already pointing this down here. So let's change this to maybe that there, 0.9 or 1, 1.1. Okay, now let's do again the transform. All of it linear. Then to this point here, we just right click and move with our D. And let's see how that looks. Another key. And then I think it's too fast. So something we can do here is go to transform, location, set the location. I think this is on, let's see. Is this on? No, this is Y axis. So I need to, my X axis and move a little bit like. So let's see. So if I jump back, you can jump in between keys here and here. If I go to this one, I'm just gonna go the other way, just to frame like that. And see how that goes. Yeah, softer. Okay, that's good. We got another one to do. We can duplicate this. We can get out of this. Alt, drag 1, then select. Then I think I'm gonna go here, just frame this with the bench, and then let's do that. So outdoor, I'm not gonna need any of those. I'm gonna select my camera actor 3 and add another one here. Transform all of it to linear. And then when it's 90, let's see how that looks like that. I just did right click and move with my W just to on the front. Maybe I can just do a little bit. Let's see, 30. No, I think I prefer 24. What is my focal length? Yeah, that's fine. But I think I'm going to change my Z here. So this point here, the third one, I think I'm gonna go this way down a tiny bit, and on the other one, the same thing. I didn't select it. Sorry about that. So let's see how that looks. No. If you select both of them, the Z, the transformation on the Z, we can delete that. Let's go back to here, and then we can just move this one go. Thing like that. Okay, that's good. Now we can have a look into the exposure. And I think 2.4 is, it looks good. So I'm gonna do something here. Let's see if this looks better. I'm gonna add a cube. And with this cube, just gonna rotate that point there, open it here, and then all the way up. And with that cube, I'm going to select a, let's say, develop, make it black. So without the cube, and with the cube, so let's see how. So without, so it doesn't change much. Sometimes, I mean, for the vegetation, you can add a black cube behind it. But in this case, it doesn't do much for our scene, so we're gonna leave it like that. Right, we were on this sequence here, gonna do the second one. And this part of the house. Where's my camera? It's here. I'm gonna go that path there, select my camera, and then do something like this. maybe 0 or 0.5 just to make it a little bit. No, more like this type of movement. So it's perfectly exposed. I'm happy with this. Let's go back into here and then do an animation for that. I don't want any rotation this way, so it's going inside. Okay, let's delete all of this. Select my camera, add another one here. Then transform, linear, same principle, and here I'm just gonna hold right click and then go inside. Just a tiny bit there. See how that looks. Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna change the Z. Just gonna delete them. And for that as well. And then just up a tiny bit. Okay, good. Now we can do, I think, the last one for the outdoor and we are done. So with this one selected, I'm gonna duplicate another one and let's see what another shot here. Yeah, this to this side looks pretty nice. Okay, delete all of this, select, hold, shift, delete, select my camera actor, add it here, transform. I can do just look this location, linear, move all the way down, then right click, add another key there for the location, and we are set and done. Okay, that is good. It's looking really nice. Now I can go and create a new camera. And I'm going to make this indoor. Level sequence indoor. And let's duplicate one of those. And this calls, I think I'm gonna call this camera indoor, just to make a distinction. Select all of this and delete, get your camera indoor. And then let's bring this in. Let's see. I think a nice angle was this entrance here. This like something around here. By the way, I'm gonna turn these down. Just gonna not use any light in there. So for the indoor, actually, I can create a new folder for this. Let's call this outdoor. And this indoor. So I need to increase my exposure, but something we can do here, just so we don't increase that much of the exposure, I'm going to add some rec light. I'm going to show you how to do that. Let's pin that view. And I'm going to add a red light here, rectangular light. Bring that in. Just about there. So go in, let's see the radius. Radius seems good. Let's open this all the way up. And all the way down like that. I'm not gonna use cast shadow, so that light comes in. It's looking ugly at the minute, but let's do this. The specular scale, just took that down. Took this to 1 or 0.5. I think I'm gonna do 2000 for that. Where does it go? Go that way. Just bring this. This is all. Okay, so without and with 0.5. Let's see. Let's go back to our camera indoor and see if it's any better. Three, 2.5, 3. Let's add it to our sequence here, and then I'm gonna just use transform, linear, then go back all the way back to 90, and then maybe just place it somewhere around 2 lines. Okay, another transform there, and then let's see how it goes. Now let's see with that lighting if it's affecting anything. You see there is some artificial light coming in. I can always move change the temperature down so it blends a little bit better with the coloring of my ambient. Right. Something I want to do though is let's increase the quality of our lumen and our scene. So let's go here, descend, scene detail, find a gather quality. Then this one, reflections as well. So I changed heat lighting for reflections. I can even, let's see, 4. See how our FPS are doing. Yeah, not too bad. Let's change these to 3. Okay, now it's to 4 or to 8. That doesn't change much here, so I can leave it like that. Let's see. That actually changed quite a bit, the updated speed. Is there any difference there? Maybe around this area here. I don't think it's worth it. Okay, now got that done. So for the let's see more of this translucency. Yeah, it's raster. I don't want to use ray tracing. It's gonna look like that, and my glass is not, the material is not based on ray tracing, so I'm not gonna use that. Let's do a duplicate of that. The indoor. Number 2 now. Okay, let's do that. Place it like this. It's 0 to 180. This 0 here. Can I call this number 1? Let's delete this and add my camera here. Just gonna bring this red light to interior, to the indoor, so I can control that. See, in here now I don't need it anymore, so I don't think I'm gonna use that. After doing the changes on the post-process volume. Okay, let's do 2.5, see how it looks in path tracing. So for that, so we want something that is similar to this type of lighting. So with that in mind, can I use 3, 2, I think. Let's see it again. Path tracing. So some shadows here. Can I use 3 and go back to, I think 2.5 or 2.6, I think is good value. Okay, transform, linear, all the way down here, and let's just bring this up. There. So we got now 5 of those, 6, and then 2 of those, so I can duplicate and create more sequence. So it doesn't need to be that complicates the sequences. You can even do like there's something coming up like that. So let's do something along those lines. So delete all of this again, and you can even drag that in like that. And I'm gonna do a transform, but only on the Z. First, I want to change this to maybe now minus 2.5 was fine. Then on the Z, just pick one of those, linear, and go. Let's do like that. Yeah, maybe I can even move this tiny bit up. You need to select first the key, of course, and then... Oh no, I did it the other way around. No, it was 70 here, and then 140 here. Yeah, 70. There you go. Now maybe it's too fast. 120. Yeah, that looks good, and we can change the coloring a little bit, 4 maybe. Let's see how that looks on Path Tracer as a reference. On 6, on 8. So on 8 it looks quite nice. So I'm gonna go back and go maybe half, 0.5, no 4, just so it doesn't get too bright there. And actually I'm gonna change this material, not make it that bright. Actually it's not that bright, but I just need to increase this tiny bit. See how that looks there. Now 0.1, 0.5, 0.25. Right, I can go back to this one, which is this, and I think it looks much better there. Duplicate another one of those. Let's exit that, and then do the kitchen, and I think that's about it. For this part of the I think I can do the kitchen like that. Okay, let's do this. Delete all of this. And let's add our camera there. So track, indoor number 3, select the transform, linear, we can close this, and go all the way here. A little bit like that. So we can do some close-up shot if you want. If you want to do one, I mean, it's just gonna show you how to do it. And it's just a matter of playing with our focus, our focal length, and the aperture. So go here, delete all of this, select this one again, camera, oh sorry, that one there, is it number 4? Yeah, it is number 4. Okay, now what can we focus here? Let's increase the size of the focal length to 50 maybe. And then there's maybe a view like this. Let's focus this first. So I'm gonna bring all of this, or I even can just drop in here. Let's do 3.5 as a beginning. So you can see it's blurry on the background. So 2.8. So in here you can get this focus distance, select a frame, let's do a linear as well, and then on 90 we can just sorry, you need to create another key there. So with this one selected, I can just focus on that area there. And we can even, I mean, on future video I will do the camera shake, just to add a little bit of interesting to this, but let's fake this a little bit. Let's add one here, and then at 30 I'm just gonna move up a tiny bit, and then location again, and at 60 I'm gonna move a tiny bit down. With the Q and E you can move up and down, and let's see how that looks. Well, that's not good. And I think for this case best is a camera shake, but I'm not gonna do that now. Well, but at least you know, you got an idea how these work. I can even, I think I need some movement, so I'm gonna just do on the Z and add another one here. Select this one and Okay, let's see. Yeah, at least it's more interesting rather than having just the focus. Okay, that is done. So you know how to do the focus. Let's do 2 more and we are done. Oh, I need this to be maybe 1,000, then 11. This is 24. We can do one for the master bedroom, or 2 for the master bedroom, and then we can do this area here as well, which is really nice, and we can wrap this up. So with that, I think this one is a really nice position. I'm going to delete this, add this in here, and well, where was I? Let's see where this is focusing. This focuses there, so it's quite good. Just take that up and transform linear, and then I can just move to the front here, maybe to the side actually, just to frame it like that, and see what result we got. Yeah, it's really nice intro into the bedroom. Okay, so we duplicate that. We can exit this one and duplicate it again. Select the 6th one and should we do something like this, just to show the detail on the headboard, or 360 0. Okay, so is this one the indoor 6? Indoor 6, yeah. Oh no. I think I got lost. Where is my camera 6? This one here. Yeah. Okay, I've got this. Oh, of course I didn't delete this, so I need to add my indoor 6, and now I can do this. Add the transform, linear, and then move to the side here. Add another key, and we are done with that. I think it's well exposed, so I'm gonna move this just in case. And let's see. Yeah, I'm happy with this. It looks good. Sorry. That's what I can say. Okay, now that is done, and we are gonna do just one for the master bedroom, and we can just render this and go into DaVinci Resolve. So I'm going to pick this, do the 7, and then move something like that. Actually, I'm going to change maybe to 21 just to get more of that. Or we can do another trick here. If you find like you got a door or something that is on your way, you can always do a custom near clipping plane. So let's do this like that. Okay. Just be mindful that this is going to happen there, so we don't want that to happen. Now I think it's not gonna work on this case because it's too tight. So maybe I'm just gonna go with 22 or 21 and get inside like that. Okay, now I can drag that in as well. Camera indoor, transform, change to linear, and then go maybe around there. Maybe like that. Just turning a little bit this. And this, I'm going to change these to 0.1, 0.05. Let's save all of the changes so we don't lose anything. And I think one more, just going on the opposite direction. Let's see. I think for this one we can do the clipping plane. So 0, I'm gonna do minus 180 here. I think it's well. Yeah, I think it's center with that one, almost there. Okay, now is this the 8? Yes, it is the 8. No. By the way, if you don't see the numbers, you just go there or look in here for the indoor 8. So with that, and then just do a clip plane. Okay, and let's just increase the clip plane there, and then we are free to go. Now to wrap this up, we're just gonna go and then do a sort of like a closing animation. So I'm gonna pick one of those exterior ones. Where am I? Here. Duplicate that. That is going to be the camera actor 6, I think. And then leave something like, I mean, I can even do, to the left and then going out. Or something like that. It looks really cool in here. So let's do an outdoor, last one, and then we are done. Sometimes I get too excited on this, some nice shots, and then you want to do more. Feel free to do more. It's just for practicing. But I think 6 and 7, I think, or 8 are really good numbers for any animation. So let's done here and then do something like that. Okay, I can add my transfer there, linear, and then just go back here. Oopsie, something like that. Let's see how that looks. I think it's these plants there don't look good. So probably I need to, let's delete that. Sorry, I just need to select this again. And to this point there. Let's see if there is any other one that I can just move my camera. Yeah, let's do something like that from here. So pick your camera. Let's just delete this. Let's pick camera here and go to actor 6. I think it was from this point. I can even tilt down and then there you go. So from this point, I think I'm gonna extend this to 120, this to 122, and I'm gonna drag all of this to the point 120. Then transform, and I'm gonna go all the way down to this point here. So here. Okay, we are good. We're good to go. And so we got 16 sequences, and you can charge a lot of money for this. So it's I mean, the most difficult part or annoying part is setting up the scene, the vegetation, and the materials and things like that. But if you got that already in place, it becomes easier, and you can worry more about getting your colors and your textures well done and do some amazing cinematics. So we are going to select Windows Cinematics, Movie Render Queue. It should be activated by default, but if not, just go to plugins, search for Movie Render Queue and activate that. So I want to create some presets for this. So let's do outdoor first. Now let's do one. Let's take out of this. Open this, and I think I'm gonna do 4K. Or if you type ×2, I'm gonna use PNG, but you can also use EXR. If you're using EXR, just disable the color, what is it called? Turn curve. I'm gonna show you just in a bit. So I need this one and this one, color output. If you use EXR, just disable this, unless you know how to do it, the OCIO configuration. William Fauchett has an amazing video about that, so you can use that. But I'm gonna use just PNG because it's faster. I don't need to write the alpha. I can even do JPEG, and yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. 8 bits is not great, but it does the job. So I want to add another thing here. So anti-aliasing and command console variables. Also some game overrides. I think you can leave it like that. So basically, I'm following the same principle as this link here. This is rendering high quality frames with Movie Render Queue. This is 5.3 and it's on the building virtual world, hardware ray tracing, and let's see if I can open path tracing features and rendering high quality frames with Movie Render Queue. So if you go down here, I mean, it's an explanation of how you do all the movie renders and all the things that you got here. So this is the reason we use PNG instead of JPEG. It's like lossless and has higher quality image. This one has high dynamic range, so it's really good for video. We can do that like with the EXR, but it's going to take a long time. And for the purpose of this video, we just do PNG. So here I'm gonna use 1:64 like it is here. 1:64. So override anti-aliasing, sorry how that didn't come well, and then 120, 124 warm-ups. Okay, we can, this is done, and I'm gonna add all these console variables. So let's do copy it to this point, so this is 4, and add them here. Just do this 4. Don't worry, I'll leave the link just so you can look at how you do that. This is 1. I'm gonna speed the video just so you don't need to, you get the idea. It's just bring all of these into the console. So with that done, I think I can just save this preset and we are ready to go. Save preset here, cinematics. Then we can do PNG, 4K, and then HQ for high quality. So now we can use that preset for all of our renders. So for this one, and this one here. I'm just going to check how is my, don't know if I disable bloom. Yes, I did. I mean, you can enable bloom, but I particularly don't like it in the render. I can add this in on post process with DaVinci Resolve, so that's something I don't use it particularly when rendering. So I'm gonna render all of this, and I see you on DaVinci Resolve when this is done. Something I just realized is that there is some leaking here. There is some light coming through this material, which I don't like and didn't look that well on the render here. So let's fix that. I'm gonna pick my material and I'm going to open it, and then let's see if pushing this will do the trick. I think it does the trick there, but I think that will make this go up as well. So let's find out our material. Let's duplicate that. Landscape, pebbles, patio, I think, or let's call it back. Okay, with that save, I can just bring that in and then change it here. Just back to 0.55, I think. And that will do the trick for us, so we don't need to worry about this light leaking in there, so it didn't look that great. And also, I think it's a little bit overkill to have this movie preset on 64. This one, so I've changed it to on the anti-aliasing, sorry, to 16. So instead of 64, I think 16 it's enough for what we need. And I mean, in case you want to, I mean, triplicate this value, do, but bear in mind that this will take probably three times the rendering time. So it's just something to bear in mind. It depends case by case, but 16 I didn't see much of a difference with 64. So I just put that back there. Okay, I'm gonna render this and then we'll see you in DaVinci Resolve. I also created a new sequence. I found this shot really nice. So I just place another camera there like we did before, and then just do that type of pan in movement for the camera. So let's go that way. I think it's quite a nice shot. So I added that into the mix as well. So after the rendering is finished, I've got everything in here. If you go into your Unreal projects, in this case, the project is called MH, save this folder here, and then movie renders. And then you will find all your renders there. Now I'm going to open DaVinci Resolve. I'm using the Pro version. I mean, for the price is really good. The studio version, sorry. And yeah, I think it's worth just making the effort to get this, the studio version, because it gives you so much more to play around. So I'm going to create an untitled project. I'm going to go into File, then Project Settings. Yeah, I'm going to work with that. I'm going to need to match the frames that I use in Unreal. That is all good. Let's see the color management. I think we can work with this one. I mean, if you want to change to CCT here, you can do, but I'm fine with this DaVinci one. And the time color, sometimes because my monitor has P3 DCI, sometimes I change to here, but I'm not gonna do that in here, so leave it as it is and then save. So I'm going to bring into so by the way, this is just the media pool. I never use it, to be honest, this one here. Sometimes I use it here when I want to import this into sequence and it's not showing here. Yeah, so I can't select that. But sometimes if you don't have this enabled, then all the pictures are gonna come in here, and we want that to be displayed as a sequence. So in this case, I'm all good in that aspect there, and I'm going to bring all my media here. So I'm gonna select Control A, so I can pick all of them and then drag that in. So as you can see, all of my sequences are there. I can just close this. Right. Okay, now we can do some, put into this timeline, and let's do the outdoor first. So we did this one first. Okay, let's add this one here. Just drag another one there. There's some, I think lens flare is there. I think I don't like that much in there. So I think I'm gonna re-render this. Go back to my project, and then it wasn't that one, it was this one. So let's check if this one, well, this one actually looks all right with the lens flare there. So it doesn't affect much, but you can add a lens flare in here as well if you want, but it's up to you. I particularly don't like this one in the center, so I'm gonna re-render this shot and then bring it here. I think this didn't open. So I'm gonna jump back when I've done this, the changes. So it's just to show you. Okay, so how can I take that lens flare from there? So I'm going to look in here for in my post-process volume, and there's this bit here called lens flare, and I'm gonna put that to 0. I think I'm gonna just re-render those shots with the sun, and then come back here when it's done. So because I have this option here, override existing output enabled, then all my images and the sequence, just what it is was overridden, and now we can see that there is no lens flare in there. So it's working perfectly fine. I think I might change the... Actually, I quite like this one here. Let's see. I'm gonna change the order of those exterior shots. And this one. This one here. Let's see. I think in between I can have the interior shot. So it goes this way, this way. Actually, this one repeats a little bit. Oh, that's my 7, that's my 5. Yeah, that's fine. Or now I think I'm gonna just move this one around, and then we place this one here. Then we can bring the indoor shots. By the way, with Alt and your mouse wheel, you can just zoom in or out, or you can just zoom in or out here. So, well, I assumed you know how to do DaVinci Resolve, but here you got the selection mode. This is if you want this to be linked or not with some sound, and this is for snapping, and this is for editing, just cutting your sequence. And here you get the options for your sequence. If you want to zoom in, didn't work on that one. Oh, that wasn't selected, so I need to select this one. So it zooms in or out, and you get it like things like cropping, speed change that I use sometimes to speed up videos, stabilization, and this type of thing. But I don't use them as much when I'm working with Unreal. So let's add the interior shot. I can even delete this one. For the minute. I think this is the second shot we did. This one is another one. 4. And I can drag all of these together. And now I can do that. This one here, here, and going out. So it should be looking something like this. So there's no lens flare, so that's all good. and then goes out. Yeah, that looks really nice. I can just go into Upbeat. This is the website I use for music, and find a music for this one. So maybe some calm here. There are some free. I think I've got I paid for, I think, $9 a month. So when it's premium, you can't use it, but this I think you can use. Let me see how this sound. This one, actually, I think you can't hear. I download this to can use it here, and always credit the person who put the work on it. So I always copy this and then I use it. I put it on a Word notepad. So Windows accessory, just so I can credit it on YouTube, and to avoid any copyright issues as well. Okay, with that done, I can bring that. Let's go the song that I just downloaded. Let's just bring that here, copy it, and then put it here. Let's see how that sounds. Right click, normalize audio levels. Let's do -10. And here, if you zoom out, I don't need all of this, so I'm just gonna put that back. And I want to add here I think 14 frame crossfade is good. So let's see how that sounds in the end. Maybe. Nah, maybe I think gonna do 120. I think even 130 should be fine. And now we can add some, let me see, 2. Okay. 2 seconds there. And then we can add a dip to color dissolve, sorry, that's what I use the most. But maybe I'm just gonna do it 1 second. if you want to add a title here, you can do it by just go to titles and then, for example, add it here. And then if you want like 3 seconds, then we just move all of this to here. And then I can even move this a tiny bit here. Let's see if the transition goes well. But I need to bring these down again to this. Okay, let's go back and we can title this in here. More house. Let's see how that looks. I think it's too fast, so and the title, let's do Archviz exercise or something. I think it takes too long for that second one, so let's go and see if I can change that. Let's see, transfer cropping. No, that's not here. Tracking. Now I think I'm gonna do it another one. If you just hover this, you can do a preview. It's going to do a preview for you. So it's one that has subtitle. Let's see this one and see how that looks. Archviz exercise. Oops, exercise. Oh. It's really bad. I don't know how to spell exercise. I think it's right. Yeah. It's with the Spanish. I get confusing. In Spanish, you use a C there. And Portuguese, I think. No, in Portuguese, it's not. So it's the thing of speaking 3 languages. You get confused sometimes. More house. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's better. I can just bring this one here. Not that much. And I want to change this. I think the color of that line. Let's see if I can change that. Yeah, I can do that. So go down. And let's see. Maybe change the size of the text as well. So to 0.078. And this to 0.04. Let's see. No. Oh. Let's see how that looks. Nothing. 5 is fine. And the line, I think, can I change the size of the line? No, I can't. Just let's see the alpha. Doesn't do much there. Horizontal. No. No, I think a solid color was fine, and I'm afraid I can't change the size of the. Oh, maybe I can. No, that's for the text. Let's see if I got impact here. I quite like that font there, and impact. GH. No, actually the other one looks better for this. Let's see the settings. Maybe if I zoom out and then do it again. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And now we can do color grading, which is this bit here. And then I'm going to select my first one. I'm not gonna touch this one. So there's some shortcuts that, well, this is the way I learn now. It's just with shortcuts. It's Alt D to Alt, yeah. Let's see. Alt D is to hide all of them, and then Alt S is to create one of those like layers. I assume these are like layers or nodes where we can change things out and add stuff like that and connect it. So Control S, well, it's not Control S. Control D is to hide or unhide the selected one. And yeah, by the way, I need to save this. Let's call this exercise again with the exercise one, Archviz. You can call it whatever you want to call you, so it's up to you. So for this, I want to change this color, and I can just add a, what's it called? Oh, I can't see it here. Node label. Then let's do color for that. So here you got the temperature. You can change to warmer or colder. Let's go back here. The tint, if you want greenish or more like what's it, like magenta, or yeah, it's like a magenta. Then the contrast. Oops, one pivot. I don't use this, so no, something I'm gonna look into it. This is the lift. This is mostly like for the exposure, and gamma as well. Gain, and you got offset, which I don't use. I don't use much of this. Maybe the highlight, but I prefer to use the curves, so I can just do like I do in Photoshop. So bring a little bit of maybe less highlights there. Maybe bring a little the contrast a little bit up. Can add another one here and see what works best for your shot. So this is entirely personal, so just use the ones that looks good for you. And if you want to add like temperature or make it warmer or colder, you're free to do all of that. Let's see if I can just reduce the highlights here a little bit. Okay. So I'm happy with this coloring here. It's not much that it's needed. Down. Tiny bit down and up. Okay, now I can do a glow. I mean, I can use halation or glow. Glow is a little bit of it's like a, what is it called? Oh, I forgot the name. It's in post-process bloom. That's the one. And actually here was enable. So is there any bloom here? But not too much. So I can add more into this. You go into the threshold here. You can just more bloom or less bloom. I think I'm gonna go like this, and then I'm not gonna mess with any of those. I'm just gonna go direct to opacity and reduce this a little bit. Okay. Now I like to do a sharpening. By the way, if you want to add lens flare, you can add one here, for example. Set your light there. And you can see there is it's like a sun there, and we can always change this, the blending just a tiny bit. So full. Let's see how that looks. Oops, this one. I want to repeat this one. So with not much change there. With let's see if we can just add to this position here and on the Y. I can always it's the difference. Oh, so this one it's quite nice to know where is it impacting this. And clear brightness was fine like that. To be honest, I don't use this much, so this is something you can add if you like. Final image, add here, and then just put it down like that. So without width. Okay, I'm gonna select another one here and let's see. I don't know, I think it looks a little bit fake. If this was like, if it was like clearly the sun, I mean, showing there, I might do it, but not for this case, so I'm gonna delete that. What else? Oh, you can have also light rays if you want to use them, and play around with the threshold here. Maybe, yeah, maybe the threshold a little bit down. You can the length. So it's there to use. So that's, I don't know if this is on the free version, but if it's not, you can, with the studio version, it's quite cool to have. So actually, I quite like that. It's more interesting. I'm just gonna make it a tiny bit, like 1.12, and that's it. Okay, now I go and add a sharpen. And I just play with the blend. Let's see. With the mouse wheel, you can also zoom in, and then let's see. No sharpening. Let's see. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's see vegetation. Maybe it's too much. Nothing. For this case, it works fine. 1.92, and the blend it looks fine. It is, for example, the bench. Okay, I'm going to now add a, what is this called? The vignette. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna do it myself with the mask, so I got more control on it. I'm going to add film grain to this. By the way, you can always move them down here. Let's see how this film grain looks. So, okay, there's a tiny bit there, no film grain. So if I click grain, I think I'm gonna change the grain size, and then just check where your grain is, and then play with the opacity and the blend. So I think, so without grain, with grain, without, it's difficult to tell, to be honest, in this case. I'm gonna just leave it there just as a safe, and maybe check on the other ones. So the library, I'm gonna do a, by the way, you can do a camera shake if you want. Let's see how that pans out. Whoa, that's too much. So motion scale 0.111. Let's see. Yeah, so if you don't have the, I mean, if you didn't do the camera shake on your on Unreal, you can always add this post-production, and it's maybe, let's see, 0.5, and it was 0.5. Yeah, that's too much, but maybe I can just blend this a tiny bit down. I know it's kind of the, doesn't work like that. So 1.1.1, and we got some camera shake to small camera shakes. So without camera shake, with camera shake. Okay, now we can go and add a, let's do Alt S to create a new one. I'm going to call this vignette. And I'm going to go here, select this tool here, select this circle, and then just drag this up, and then maybe this tiny bit there. So I'm going to select this like as a mask, and then type your curve and then move. Oh, it's not this one. Sorry, I was with the film grain selected. No, it's this one here. And did I create? No, okay. And this one here, just open it about there and then drag to the central point you want to do. Okay, now I can do that thing with the curve. I didn't mask it, so I'm gonna mask that. So without vignette, with vignette, let's see if we can just tweak this a tiny bit. So this is the fall off, and maybe increase the size there and there. Okay. Let's see, without width, without width. Right, I think it's starting to look really nice. Let's see if, so this is darker with, it's about halfway. It's fine. We can even tweak a little bit more if we want this to go inside a tiny bit, and then the fall off. Okay, with that done, we can just start copying all of this. I'm just gonna hold copy, then select this, and in here I'm gonna not with this one selected, with this one selected, and that is going to copy everything from this shot. And I'm going to speed up the video until I get into the interior. So I'm going to do all the exteriors and then jump back into the interior. So I just went back. I did some changes here and there with the color and the glow, things that I thought that would look better that way, and this as well. So if you see, I think it's way better with the color grading, and it looks a little bit more realistic. So without width. Okay, I can do now the interior. I'm gonna not here, then see what changes we can make here. Do I need the glow? I don't think so. I don't need that much of glow there. And definitely I don't think I'm gonna need the ray lights for that. So I even can just delete that. Sharpen, yeah, I like sharpening. Maybe about there. The vignette is alright. Film grain is fine. Now I need to change the color. So let's bring a little bit of decrease the contrast in this case. Let's see if I can just. No, I don't want to increase the highlight. So in here you move with your highlights. I want them a little bit softer there. This one a little bit down there. Maybe like that. Okay, if you can be, picky, you can re-render this, because I think there's some artifacts there, and maybe add a light there, just to help lumen a little bit. But for this case, I think it looks all right, and I'm gonna increase this bloom. So let's do this one, and then I jump into all of them again, and then we just do the export, and we are done. So for this, again, I don't think I'm gonna need this, so can delete that. That bloom there actually looks quite nice. Let's see when I move. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe here is too much, so you can mask your bloom as well, but I'm not gonna do that now. So the coloring, I can reset these values, and then, like I did before, just playing around with your highlights, if you want more or less, your contrast here and your shadows. Let's increase. That's too much gain. On the lift, we can just increase the exposure tiny bit, and then move this one down. And maybe tiny bit down there, so you got some nice shadows there, but also there's a lot of light coming in from this side. And try not to burn the light too much. Okay, now I think with this one done, maybe the sharpening is too sharp for this, so I'm gonna just bring it down to 40.4. Let's see how that makes a difference. So that is full. With, without. Yeah, 0.4 sound about right for that. Now I'm gonna copy this and do it with this one and all the rest, and then we can just wrap this up. Okay, so back with this, and I did all the color grading and added stuff to the interior shots. I think it looks way better again with this without. So I think it's gonna be a really nice video that we're going to get exported. So now we can just go here to where the rocket is. Then call this more house, maybe Archviz exercise or tutorial. Location, select your location. Use MP4. I'm gonna use videos, it's fine for that. So it's 4K, 30 frames per second. In here you can change the quality. You can restrict this or use 10,000, for example, if you want to reduce the size of the video, and then add this change this. I'm gonna change this to P3 DCI and gamma tag to Rec 709. That's what works for me. Where is it? When I export it. So just do your own, your own testings and see how things look. So with that done, I can add to render queue and render all. So with that done, I'm just going to say goodbye. I hope you like this extensive course and tutorial, and I hope you can take a few tips and tricks from this video, this long video. The files are there for you to download, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial, which is going to be way smaller. I think I'm going to do just one room. But yeah, I'll keep you updated, and take care. See you next time.